problem. Hello? There we go. All right, wasn't that wonderful? Anyway, you saw the weather graphic
so
there.
we just went through a whole intro and
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Well, hello everybody.
Awesome.
Hi. Welcome to the Firecracker 400. All right. So, we were just covering all of these interesting topics and storylines and drama that we talked about going into tonight. And we're so glad that all of you were around for that we got to enjoy it all together. How about we get these guys ready to go? I think we're going to get the call from Race Control. There it is to send this session forward. Again, we qualified last night, a result of single car qualifying. 119 drivers made an attempt to try and qualify for this race. We have 43 drivers that got their way in on time tonight, as well as one provisional. It looks like we may be one shy of that, though. I think 42 cars are on the grid right now, and this is how they will line up. Again, Derek Justice, by virtue of his qualifying time yesterday, he'll sit on the pole with another former eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver in Blake Reynolds to his outside. Hello, Blake. Nice little picture you got there. Santiago Tires will start from the third position, and eRacer's own Colin Bowden, the Mullet Man himself, will roll off from fourth. Brandon Hawken, he will be a contender tonight, along with Brandon Hayes-Quintel, winner of the Firecracker 400 in 2020. He starts in sixth. Zeke Willis starts in seventh, along with Ryan Andrew. Great throwback 88 scheme that he has in the eighth position. Garrett Conrath will roll off from ninth in the number 9 car. Or 9 in the sim. He has a Matt Kenseth scheme, along with just about everybody else out here. And 10th is Dylan Roberts.
Looking down through the rest of the order, Michael P. Frisch. Oh, my goodness, he missed the grid. He was supposed to start 11th. He's not starting 11th anymore. Thomas Lewandowski will be to the outside. Yeah, death taxes and Frisch missing the start. He does it all the time, sometimes on purpose, sometimes not. I take it this time not on purpose, but he's got 400 laps to get back on the lead lap. Michael Guerrilla and the Casey Kane throwback with Lucas Hoitzma to the outside. That's 13th and 14th. Alex Kolinix, who is in 7 in sim, but he's really running the Tide colors tonight. Jacob Potak in the Carl Long machine lines up to his outside. Matthew Batby in the 24, the Gray Flames machine. Timu Toika lines up to the outside in 18th. Dustin Montgomery in the 01 U.S. Army Pontiac. Chris Overland in the Menards Pontiac, rounding out row number 10.
We'll kind of scroll through the rest of your starting lineup. We're having an issue here on the grid. David Schildhouse cannot get off of the grid. His car is not starting, and it's not firing, and he cannot move.
What the heck?
Get the push truck out. Come on, guys.
Did he get in and... Oh, okay, he's gone. He just towed. I think.
All right, so David Schildhouse misses the grid. His engine was on. Now he's on pit road. But I am baffled, Jacob. I've never seen that before. Now he's able to kick the clutch in. He can get some RPMs in the motor. But, wow. Okay, early drama here. We have David Schildhouse, who cannot get the car fired.
You know what happened, Blake? He wasn't tabbed into the sim. So he was trying to start the engine, but because he wasn't clicked on the sim and didn't have that open, he had another window open. That's why the car wouldn't start.
Wow. Well, that is not how you want to start 600 miles tonight. Of course, you have all the time in the world to try to make it up. I guess that's the benefit of having a race this long. As you mentioned, Schildhouse not on the grid. It looks like Garrett Smithley may have missed it as well. And then we talked about Michael P. Frisch not on the grid either. So a couple of drivers missing out somehow.
I know. I'm only seeing David Schildhouse in his pit stall. So Frisch, Smithley, you get in their cars. There is limited time remaining for them to get in their cars and get going.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead and start this race right now. Pace car is off. Field is in the hands of the Baskin-Robbins Toyota Camry of Derek Justice as we get set to go. 400 laps, 600 miles, and the green flag is out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So the three drivers that missed the grid, they get rolling just fine. Derek Justice comes around to lead lap number 1. Santiago Tires in second. Brandon Hawken makes up a couple of spots in third. Again, this is a green racetrack. We took all of the rubber off to start out. And it looks like so far, the bottom line is where everybody wants to be early on here, Jacob.
Blake, I tell you what, just that first lap, the cars coming up to speed, the 900-some horsepower, just brings a smile to my face. I love the fact that we brought these things back. This is fantastic.
Oh, as one car gets loose into the outside. Well, who else? Colin Bowden almost tagged the wall on lap 2 as he is ripping the high side. He's digging. And you know what? He's not in a generic car anymore. He's got the Firecracker 400 colors on that paint scheme, and he's going to waste no time. He's going to jump right to the outside of Blake Reynolds. Goes side by side, and yeah, Colin Bowden looking to try to get up into the 4th spot.
I was speaking to him earlier today, Blake, and he was saying he was going to drive the wheels off this machine. He was excited for some good green flag runs, but I asked him, burning tires? He said, you know it. So Colin Bowden going to be quick here in the beginning run.
That he is. He gets by Blake Reynolds. He has control of the 4th spot. So Bowden moves forward a spot. The rest of the field pretty much in single file formation along the bottom. At least trying to save a little bit of tire right now. That's kind of been the conventional thinking here, Jacob, is that you get down to the bottom, it'll save you a little bit, especially as this track gets rubbered in. But, you know, some of the drivers pre-race talking about it kind of tightens up a little bit. On the long run, I think that top side's going to be where you can kind of free up the car. So I think once we get 20, 30, 40 laps into a run, we get some rubber laid down, I really start to think that's when the track may change a little bit for these drivers.
Well, and we already talked about it a little bit with the weather. This track is going to get faster as we move along. As the shade continues to drag over the racetrack, the temperature's going to get out of the racetrack, and we'll see how things progress. Obviously, right now, we've got probably about 70% of the racetrack that's still in the sunlight. That's going to change as laps continue to click away and the clock continues to wind itself down. We're at about 5:30 in sim right about now, so still a long way before we get to sundown.
That is the case. Derek Justice comes back around. He'll lead lap number 6. Another great paint scheme, in addition, that was made was back in the 5th position, Brandon Cattell. And shout out to Chris Overland for painting this beauty. Yeah, look at that thing. The Alltel throwback. It says Cattell on it. Your former winner of the Firecracker 400. This is one hot-looking hot rod. Unfortunately, he probably would have won pole if he had run that paint scheme in qualifying yesterday, but instead he didn't. So, unfortunately, he had to settle for 6th.
Trying to think, Ryan Newman and Luck in the Coca-Cola 600. I know he's won here in the All-Star race. I don't think he ever won the 600.
I know he won I think he won the pole for his first ever 600 in 2001. Yeah.
And then crashed it while leading. Yeah.
Yes. It was a very early exit, but that's one thing I'm going to love about this race is all the paint schemes. You still hear the motors just rocking in turn 1, getting up in the 190s. I think I saw Landon Cassill was watching out there a little bit earlier. I'm sure he loves that. Loves the sound.
Got some good racing further back. Just got to looking through the field. Cosman Ionescu going to the inside of Colby Cooper. This is back 24th, 25th place, and I don't know if we're just used to it. Oh, man, and Cooper just got the wall coming off turn number 4, and that 71 Dodge machine I don't know if Cosman's used to the next gens or what, but he was all up against the quarter panel on the left side of that 71 trying to side draft him down the backstretch.
Well, that's one thing, is that these cars are shaped so differently because, again, this was a car that was scanned in 2009. It was a Junior Motorsports nationwide car at the time that I believe Mark Martin drove a little bit, but the right rears on these cars are kicked out, and you'll see that a number of times where these drivers are so used to being able to run against the wall, but the car is so skewed out to get some side force on that thing that they'll just run into it on the straightaway completely unprovoked. I think that was the case there for Colby Cooper. Starting to see some more drivers kind of experiment, at least running the middle right now. Again, we talked about it earlier, the track kind of rubbering up on the bottom, and I think what's going to create, because this was a setup that was developed, I want to say in tandem with Michael Conti, but pretty much it was just Conti built it, I drove it, and I loved it. So we just stuck with it, and I'll let Michael Conti take all the due credit that he has. But one thing we really worked on was trying to get this to where about 20, 30 laps into a run, you were going to start to see drivers move up to that outside and not be penalized. I know a lot of different racing you do here on iRacing here at Charlotte. You can make that outside groove work, but it tends to really kill your tires after a couple of laps. We're hoping tonight that we have the remedy for that, and starting with a completely green racetrack, and then hopefully this setup will kind of favor drivers who are willing to go up there and brave the elements and try to run the outside a little bit.
I think a couple of guys that just go up there to start at least have been kind of forced up there. Thomas Lewandowski, he made a pass on Alex Kolnick using the outside line in turns 1 and 2, and then the next couple laps, he went right back to the bottom of the racetrack. So I think he's only really stepping out when he has to. There you see Cooper again. This time he's under fire from Mitch Drunowski, who's got a 7 on the door panel. He's the number 24 in sim, which is interesting considering we have, I think, 2 different 24s on the racetrack.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
And Cooper makes up the spot. And again, it's going to be hard for that to work in 3 and 4 as well. I know 1 and 2 is definitely, if we see an outside groove really start to come in, it's probably going to be at that end. 3 and 4, just a really tough corner to try to make that outside work, as Cooper once again wide off of the corner. And Dranowski goes by. Good battle for 24th. Between these two drivers. Dranowski up from the 34th starting position since we took the green flag about 14, 15 laps ago. The other thing that's going to happen, and it's happened in pretty much every single event that we've run here, is that if we start on a green racetrack, the tire wear is so much worse. The first run is Mike Skinner into the fence. That's Lucas Hoytsma. It's not Mike Skinner, surprisingly, but early scrape there on the outside for the number 97.
Yeah, just got a little loose coming off 4, and he's going to have to give room here. Pontiac, well, it's a whole bunch of Pontiacs here. You got the 01 Dustin Montgomery, Chris Overland right behind these guys. It's a Pontiac party mid-pack. This is 15th, 16th, 17th.
Oh, he about got it again. You know, one thing that I noticed, and everybody's kind of quick to point out, which version of Charlotte are we going to run? Because iRacing does have a legacy version of Charlotte that was scanned in 2008. And if anything, that track is so much wider than this one because it doesn't have the safer barrier, especially off of turn number 4. It feels like you have another half a car width or so of room to try to make something work. As there's the Huffman Racing ride. Sean M. Butler back there, the number 32, making some ground up there on the top side. But yeah, the track is so much wider on the, especially on the front straightaway and the tri-oval, and off of turn 4, you really feel how much wider that track is just because of the fact they don't have the safer barrier in 2008. You have the yellow walls, you have the grandstands in turn 2, but unfortunately you don't have the grip strips that they've added in the service, so it would just kind of be more bottom lane dominant than it already is. Well, I won't say that now. We've seen a couple guys make that outside groove work already. Chris Overland's one of them.
And it's just going to keep evolving, right, as this race goes along. And we've talked about it, and we'll talk about it again and again and again. As the weather changes, the track continues to cool down, we're going to get more grip, and more guys are going to be experimenting all over the racetrack. You ride on board. This is pretty much out the window net here of Chris Overland. Looks like that 97's right side's okay. I know he got the wall a couple laps ago, but looks good to me.
He's going to be able to build up a run if he doesn't hit the outside wall, and there he goes. Going to make the move by Hoytsma there on the top side. Chris Overland, he may bring Butler with him. A couple more drivers are seeing what Overland's doing. He's getting really far out there. And if you can put this car, if you could put the right rear right on the wall, there's a lot of grip out there. But again, with these cars and the unique shape of them, at least compared to what we run today, it's a little bit of a risk to try to go to the outside wall. Butler goes to the high side now. He'll try to do the same thing that Overland just did.
It's a fine line, right? It's like Darlington. You can go up there. There's a lot of speed, but if you overstep it, you're in the wall, and it's so hard with these cars in particular to get them off of the wall once you get them stuck there. So you want to avoid that outside safer barrier at all cost.
No, I heard a lot of guys saying in practice that the setup was a little tight. I'm not seeing a whole lot of tight right now. I'm seeing a little bit of, we're about 20 laps into this run. I'm starting to see some wiggles out of some cars. I saw a little bit of smoke there recently. Somebody smoked it off of turn 4. By the way, an update on your...
Go ahead.
Oh, Reynolds is ripping the top. Going to get by Ryan Andrew. Reynolds fell back quite a few spots trying to save a little bit of tire. But what I was going to touch on earlier, David Schildhaus, Michael Frisch, and Garrett Smithley did indeed miss the grid. They're about 15 seconds behind the rest of the field. Of course, they're kind of dying, begging for a caution at some point to try to come back. As
man, the 07 of Zeke Willis about lost his lunch coming off turn number 2. That thing was pointed to the inside wall. He was in a battle with Blake Reynolds, and Reynolds scoots away, and now here comes that 88 of Ryan Andrew, who almost won the 87 World 600 here last year. And these guys are all over the place. Comes Andrew back to the inside. I think we have lost connection with one Blake McCandless, so we'll hold down the fort for now, but here comes Andrew back to the bottom. This is 7th, 8th, and 9th. Garrett Conrath there in the 17 right behind.
We're back.
It's a party right here.
Oh, we're kind of back.
I mean, it sounds like you're back.
All right, well, nevertheless, these opening laps run under the green flag. We'll take a moment to step aside, and on the other side of this break, we'll bring in some more guests from eRacer to talk about this race, as well as the Firecracker 400. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to let it in.
Oh, Conrath about turn Michael Garilli off turn 2. Oh, man, Michael Garilli about crashed with Garrett Conrath, and there are a lot of cars in this pack, Blake. Coming off turn 2, Conrath on that outside line got loose, got into the right side, and now he's in the wall. Hang on to her.
I tell you what, with these Gen 4 cars, the tri-oval is not as straightforward an area of the racetrack that you would initially think that it is. It can be pretty sketchy, especially if you're a little loose. You'll start kind of sliding the rear tires through the tri-oval here. And it looks like Conrath did that, kind of got up into the wall and... All right, I'm going to try to fix my mic here for a second.
Second, Bowden and Tires here. So move Colin Bowden into second. I heard him come over the radio and say, in response to Brandon Cattell asking if the car's tight, he said it's not loose. So I thought maybe he was overdriving his tires and he was going to start falling back, but he has marched his way toward the front. He takes over second, and he is now in the tire tracks, or was, of the ice cream man, Derek Justice, but he's using that outside line. Really the first guy to consistently go up there and try and use that top side.
Well, I was about to say, Bowden is somebody that I would think you would kind of see him start to suffer on those old tires or running the outside, but right now it is paying dividends for him. He's marched forward, and he continues to do so. He's going to have a huge run here on Justice, and for the first time tonight, Derek Justice might be coming back and have his hands full for the race lead. Welcome back. If you're just tuning back in with us on E-Racer, coverage of the Gen 4 World 600 live here from the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we have a battle for the race lead on our hands. Colin Bowden has been ripping the fence. He has been making up a lot of time, and right now he is reeling in Derek Justice for the top spot.
He has been on fire. Talked about just a little bit earlier that I thought maybe he was going to start falling back, abusing that right front a little too much, but here he is. He's ripping the top side, and he's bringing folks with him. Santi Tira is going to jump up there. Blake Reynolds has jumped to the outside. So I think Colin Bowden has started the trend, and if he's able to take it all the way to the front, I think more are going to go up there and join him.
Wouldn't be shocked to see that, as we have a couple of guests, as we alluded to before the break, that have been gracious enough to join us tonight. With this race running on E-Racer, Landon, Cassill, and Parker Kligerman will welcome them into the booth. Guys, great to have you back here on an E-Racer broadcast.
Hey, thanks for having me.
We just decided to talk at once. We only speak for each other at once.
We need to knock the rust off somehow, Parker, because they're going to need us in the booth here pretty soon.
They will. First of all, Blake, this race is awesome. These cars are amazing. It makes me miss this incredibly, this era of car, and I wish I was in this race. I know you and I chatted about it. This makes me want to have a sim rig here in Charlotte, but I also know I have no time to be in a sim rig, and I would have to have zero sleep. So this is really cool. But Landon and Blake, we do have another race that's just even older than this one coming up later this year.
That we do. The running of the 2023 E-Racer Firecracker 400 was announced just a couple of days ago, Monday night, as a matter of fact, that event, after a one-year hiatus, is finally returning. And Landon, I know you guys are so excited to bring it back. I know I've never seen an event go away for a year, and yet the community is still rallying around it and is just as excited as the first two that was run to bring this event back.
Yeah, we're so pumped. We love the community and appreciate all the support that we've had, and I think it's going to bring a lot of energy. So mark the dates in your calendar. I think the prelims are going to be Wednesday and Thursday, July 12th and 13th. We'll have qualifying July 18th and 19th, and obviously the Firecracker 200, which what was that? We had Moonhead was in charge of that one last time, so maybe we'll bring him back for the 200.
Definitely did go off the rails there.
That was a good one. That's all. That the 200 is always a good show. That's going to be Monday on July 24th, and then on Wednesday, July 26th, will be the Firecracker 400. So we're super pumped. We're really excited about it. There'll be so many more details coming out soon on when you can sign up. We'll have a registration date getting closer, going up here pretty soon. I guess I say soon. I'm not sure exactly when Josh and the rest of the team are going to have it going up, but we'll have registration and prize money and all that stuff coming out soon. But we wanted you guys to be able to set the date, July 12th and 13th, for those prelims. Similar format too, Parker. I mean, we're really dialed in. We kind of feel like we love this format, and we want to see 500 competitors again. We want to see that max field and tons of prelim races.
Right, and I think that's the key, is that this format, and Blake, this, it allows almost 500 competitors to start at the beginning, and then over the next 3 weeks we whittle it down to the top that are going to go into the Firecracker 400. So it's a journey, it's an adventure, it's a story. There's tons of storylines you can follow the whole time throughout. But with the format, we've tweaked it. We tweaked it from year 1 to year 2, and then we realized we kind of had it right in year 2, right? And so we're running with it again. And I just think it was a great show 2 years ago. As you put it, Blake, I've been super flattered by the response for the community and everyone out there. And I think our announcement kind of blew up on social media, which was awesome to see that people are still excited about it. But it's just such a cool event. The brainchild of Landon here, when he called me many years ago and said, hey, we need to do the biggest iRacing event, and it needs to be these old cars. And we need to recreate something that's an ode to the OGs of NASCAR. It's sort of lived up to that, and so that's really cool. And we look forward to having everyone join us once again. And as Landon said, for the dates, basically all in July, so it sort of fits with the idea of being around July 4th. But yeah, we had to move some dates around for our schedules, but I think it's going to work great, and it's a summer tradition hopefully at this point.
Well, it is, and again, it was called back by the community to be able to run our third one. Brandon Cattell won the first Firecracker in 2020. Michael Cozy Jr., who you see on your screen right there, running back in the 22nd position, won the event 2 years ago, and of course, we're all waiting to see who would be able to win the third Firecracker 400. But I think even Dale Earnhardt Jr. put it into good words, is that this is a way to help kind of teach this next generation of race fans and sim racers the history of this sport. And I know it's been a warm embrace from all around. Think we may even have a fourth manufacturer. It'll be the first one that features a Buick. I think we'll have the Pontiac by the time that rolls around. Bowden is pitting. I know we've had a lot of great racing while we've been talking about this event. Brandon Hawken took the lead. Blake Reynolds may do so as well. Derek Justice falling back a couple of positions, and he may be starting to pit. But Bowden, one of the first front runners up in the top 5 that we've seen coming down on the pit road. But again, I think you both
did that on purpose, by the way.
Yeah, I would say
The
so.
E-Racer Firecracker 400 car, talking about the event, he decides to be first on pit road, short pitting. By the way, he was running in the top 5. If anyone out there can give him some of this magic for the eNASCAR series, we'd love to see it. For him to come out there and be a top 5 car like he is tonight. But first on pit road, this is an aggressive strategy call. That's the E-Racer way. I like it.
I love it. I love the short pit. Maybe leapfrog the field, count on a caution coming out soon. We'll gain some track position. Maybe even get him out in the lead. I like the idea. Good job there, Mullet Man.
I was about to ask you, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, Landon. No stages in this race. Fuel mileage, certainly important. They have
trouble, turn 4. Nick Miller's around trying to get to pit road. No caution as he gets it, well, I guess behind pit wall, kind of, sort of. He's okay, gets it rolling now. Larry Pace about ran him over. Ashton Lawson also comes onto pit road. Trouble for the Mopar Dodge. It's hard to get these race cars slowed down to 45 mile an hour, and, Nick Miller just showed us right there.
Well, Charlotte's a tough pit road to get on without 900 horsepower. I think Landon and Parker would probably agree with that.
Yeah, it is a tough one, and that actually is. Now I'm almost eating my words on the strategy for Colin. That is one of the tough things about these races on iRacing, and when you see a full field of cars like you see in tonight's race. At a track like this, and to expect an entire round of green flag pit stops to get through without a caution is tough. I mean, you got
trouble, turn 4. We've got crashing. Cozy's in it. Ryan Andrew, Josh Parker. We've got more on pit road, and now the 3: Tony Ball, Aaron Smith, Adam Cabot. It's a cluster of cars off turn 4, and pit stops gone bad under green.
Oh, that is the commentator's curse.
That was in the middle of our green flag cycle. I believe it starts between Matthew Batby and Sean Butler, as I think Batby was checking up to try to come to pit road. We've seen this in a number of our events, Jacob, that it's always that first round of green flag pit stops. There's one person that maybe doesn't wave their hand or makes the call out on the chat that they're coming down and just assumes that everybody else around them. I'm not sure if Batby called it out, but nevertheless, Andrew is parked in a very vulnerable position. Cabot has nowhere to go. Cozy does a great job of missing him. But yeah, this is one thing that I think even Landon, when we ran the Rockingham 508 last year, did basically just stayed out, waited for everybody to wreck during a green flag cycle, and would basically leapfrog a couple of cars, put them a lap down every single time around.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was praising Colin and then eating my words there, and you're right. That was our Brian Blackford and I. That was our strategy in that race, and it worked out. I mean, it was such a long race. There were so many green flag cycles, especially with the tire fall off. You can almost always count for a caution at some point in the middle of that cycle, and you just didn't want to be the one caught. So we just pitted long, and it worked out.
So everybody checks up again. The initial contact was Butler and Batby. Batby did put out in the chat that he was pitting. And then the reaction behind him is Alex Kolinix. Andrew obviously saw the contact. He checked up for it. Kolinix did not. Andrew gets the worst end of it.
I tell you what, I don't think Ryan Andrew was checking up for that. I think he was pitting. He was a little high on the racetrack. But I think Ryan Andrew was pitting, not necessarily reacting to what was going on in front of him. But I never saw or heard Ryan Andrew call out. Now, he may have said it, and I just didn't catch it in my ear. But I never heard him make the call, and Alex Kolinix had no idea and drove right through him and just nowhere for the guys behind him to go. Without that, I think they would have been okay, just because Batby kind of spun down the racetrack. But with Andrew sitting in the middle of coming off turn 4, the track's blocked, and you have to throw it at that point, as much as you don't want to have a caution in the middle of the stops like that.
All right, so Ryan Andrew and Adam Cabot definitely get the worst end of that. As far as the 3 cars that missed the grid and Showhouse Smithley and Michael Frisch, they have caught back up, and neither of them pit before that cycle, so they've kind of worked their way back up towards the middle of the field. It looks like we have several cars that are going to take the wave around here. About 12 in total, starting with Aaron Smith all the way back through Nick Miller in 39th. Lewis Cabot and Bennett Allen are the only cars that are behind a lap. And by the way, Colin Bowden is asking if we need an in-race reporter.
He's not shy of the camera. Wrong? He loves a little attention.
Let's get him in here.
All right, well, if he's pacing around, I'll respond to him on Discord and tell him to come in here if he's reading Discord right now. Multi-talented Colin Bowden pacing around under yellow and writing messages on Discord.
Don't text and drive.
He's got one of those rompers on.
Hey, while you're working on that, Blake, I do want to mention, because we've been seeing it in the chat tonight. And first of all, thank you for letting us, give some shout outs tonight for Doug and Robin Rickert and the Rickert family. Doug is a legendary crew chief in NASCAR. He was my crew chief at BK Racing. And him and his wife, are obviously have been very close for many years. But unfortunately, Robin, she's just been just struggling with her battle with cancer. So there's a GoFundMe link in the chat where you can donate to the family. Take a look. She's been battling for 5 years. Last one's, obviously been a really tough year for them. He's been really special to us as well here, even at E-Racer, because Doug went on camera, did a lot of work for us to help with our pre-race show for the Firecracker 400 2 years ago, which was I don't know how we didn't win an Emmy for that, but. Obviously, Doug was very gracious to give us this time and talk about the '87 car, working on that car back in the day, and that was an important time for Doug in his career. That was back around the time that he won the Cup Series. It wasn't even called the Cup Series Championship. I don't know if it was called Cup back then, but won the championship with Dale Earnhardt. So thanks a lot to Doug and shout out to him and his wife, Robin. And if you have a couple bucks and want to donate to the family, the link there is in the GoFundMe in the chat or on my Twitter. and I sent him a couple bucks tonight, and so would love to see you guys do it as well.
Well, we had a lot of supporters donate to that last night. I even saw one person last night gave $500 as a single
awesome
donation last night. So we appreciate all of our fans out there in E-Racer watching this race for obviously supporting that great effort for Richard.
We've got a
and
car
his family.
crashed. What the heck? Larry Pace got turned. He was the second to last car in the field on the restart. They just stacked up. Now, we did double file restarts there, Blake. And they still stacked them up and crashed all the way in the back of the field like we would normally see when we would go single-file restarts here.
Yeah, I think that was Nick Miller that ran into the back of him in the back. But, yes, we'll continue to see that link scrolling in throughout the night in the chat out there. So, of course, if you feel so inclined, if you have a couple of bucks as well, like Landon mentioned, we would love for you to donate to that cause. Through all of this, though, Brandon Hawken, your race leader. And I will have to say, though, Blake Reynolds was definitely, I think, the best car on that last run. Fell back to 10th and eventually took the lead by the time that green flag pit cycle began. So I think that 66 car kind of proven early on that he may be the one to beat here tonight.
He's looking really, really strong. There's no doubt about it. And you know, perhaps on the shorter runs is where he struggles, and the longer runs is where he'll start to shine after we get maybe through a full round of green flag stops. So I have to see. But right now, I think everybody kind of knows where their race car is now. First restart of the day. They've gotten through a longer run. They know what worn tires feel like on the racetrack. And I think at this point, we're just going to see these guys ride around here because they don't have to experiment anymore. They know what works. They know what doesn't work for them for right now.
I think you got to be aiming to not pit under green after what we just saw. I think the Landon Cassill, Brian Blackford long pit strategy should be in everyone's minds right now because that was a massive wreck, and that was only after a couple cars that actually got on pit road on the green. So we'll see if they thinned some things out, if I can say correctly. But I think that you got to be focused on going as long as possible right now because you just don't want to get caught on a yellow.
Cozy going to shove up the middle, 3 wide off of turn 2. He looked to try to make that move, but Cozy, somebody started back in 29th early in this race, was in about 10th on this latest restart. He's already up to 4th. Now he's up to 3rd. Michael Cozy Jr., your defending Firecracker 400 winner on the march from the back of the field.
And Blake, he's been nothing short of dreadful through the first 50 laps. He was in the mid-20s the whole first run. He spun in that crash, and just like that, here he is, top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Cozy's somebody that knows how to kind of pace his race in the right way. And finds himself in the 3rd position, utilizing that middle lane, though. And we've seen drivers running the wall. We've seen drivers running the bottom. Cozy's kind of the first one that was running kind of right along that seam in turn 1 that, I guess is kind of around where, the PJ1 would have been, I guess, a couple years ago when they applied it. But Cozy kind of the first one that's made that line work and made a couple passes doing it.
He is looking strong. And we'll see how long that plays out. But I almost wonder if it's track position that's more important here than anything else, Blake. Because like I said, we saw Cozy stuck back in traffic, and he really couldn't go anywhere, right? He was just stuck around that 25th position. Now that he's out front, it looks like he's going to stay out front. I almost wonder about some of the guys that are further back that we saw toward the front earlier, if they're going to be kind of stuck in mid-pack. Colin Bowden, remember, he had to take the wave around. He's gotten up to the 17th position, and he's going where they aren't right now. He's going to the top of the racetrack and trying to make that roll. Here comes Cozy for second on Santi Tires.
He goes to the outside. He'll get second at the line, and we'll see if he'll try to go for the race lead here in short order. As Cozy does that, we'll go ahead and say goodbye to our good friend Parker Kligerman. Parker, thank you so much for joining us. We're looking forward to having you back here the next couple of months and getting ready for the Firecracker 400. And I know you have a race at Dover this weekend, so obviously good luck for that. I know you did a lot of preparation for that today, so good luck to you this weekend on Saturday. We've loved rooting for you, and we hope more good things are ahead.
Thanks, buddy. I mean, here, before I go, this is a hell of a battle for the lead you got going on here. Cozy and Hawkins, this is awesome. The two grooves being used so effectively. Even that high line might be coming in. Maybe the rubber's been laying down the bottom. He makes the pass. That was awesome. But, hey, man, this is a great event. Thank you for having us. Thanks for putting on E-Racer. Thanks for letting us talk about the Firecracker 400. We can't wait for it. And, yeah, I've got Dover coming up this weekend, so I've got to go do more sim tomorrow morning, which means I got to be up around 5 a.m. So I will be watching the rest of this in bed. But thank you very much for having us, and best of luck with the broadcast. This is an awesome event.
Thank you, Blake. I appreciate you having me too, Parker. This is exciting. This kind of got my juices flowing again. I'm so ready to get back on an iRacing broadcast. Thanks, Rents and Fence, for the raid party of 32. All of you, Moonhead, I see you in the chat. Everybody, it's been a lot of fun. And yes, I'm going to enjoy the rest of this race and from my comfortable bed while you guys do all the hard work.
Sounds like a plan. Landon, Cassill, Parker, Kligerman, thank you guys so much, and we'll get to bringing you the rest of this race because, golly, so much is happening. Josh Parker nearly tagged the wall off of turn number 2. Cozy has stretched his lead out over the other 99 car of Brandon Hawken as he's made it work. More drivers starting to kind of experiment with a bunch of different lanes here. And, I mean, Jacob, I know this is part of what makes the World 600 so special. It's only lap 61, and yet so much is happening and a lot more to look forward to in this one.
We're not even a quarter of the way through this race. We have to keep that in mind, right? There is a long way to go here from the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and here comes Derek Justice now reeling in that 99, and we've got the 99 leading and the 99 in second. Only in iRacing can we pull this off. Oh, man, and I just love it because these two guys have battled a lot, on the FTF side with these top two. So they're pretty familiar with each other right now, and we'll see how Hawken can play out in the long run. But we've got a good battle. This is back around the 10th position or so. It's a hornet's nest of race cars. You've got Chris Overland in here, Dylan Roberts, Lucas Hoitzmuck, Cameron Rich. By the way, Colin Bowden, that's 69. He's up here as well. So there are a lot of good race cars in this battle, and they're just lumped together right now.
That they are. I mean, just look at everybody kind of using all these different lanes everywhere. Is Overland nearly, he was down there almost in the turf there on the front straightaway trying to make his way around. Dylan Roberts, that Dale Jr. Budweiser car is looking good on the top. As Overland kind of gets out of sorts, or wait, that's not, Roberts isn't showing anything for me. He's a generic 31 on the screen. I'm seeing a Dale Jr. car on my end, but oh well.
Oh.
Dale Jr. would want to run the top here if he was out here in the Bud car.
May need a refresh because I know that I expected him to be in the Dale car when I came in, and he was not. He was just in a black 31. So a couple of updates for some drivers between qualifying last night and the 600 tonight. And, these things happen.
A lot of it has been really good paint scheme.
How about for the lead? Derek Justice, new leader, maybe.
Cozy going to try to fend him off. Again, Justice, your pole sitter. He led pretty much that entire opening portion of the race. But actually they tied. They were tied at the line between Justice and Cozy. It says Justice led the lap, but down to 1,000th of a second. It looked like it was Derek Justice who had it, but now he will certainly have it off of turn number 2, ahead by a car length. And now Derek Justice, once again, the man at the point here at Charlotte.
Running away with it. We really saw that thing, Blake, start to fade in that longer green flag run as some guys started moving to the outside of the racetrack. He stayed glued right to that blue and white line. And I wonder if maybe he'll change that up if cars start to catch him. But right now, Derek Justice, he is the class of the field right now, I think, at least on these short to medium runs.
This reminds me of, these cars, this track, how you kind of have to run it. This reminds me a little bit of NASCAR Racing 2003, at which Derek Justice was very good at using that experience to his benefit very well. Side by side back here, Chris Overland on the bottom trying to get his way by Roberts. Colin Bowden is all the way up at the top, right along the fence as he's trying to make some moves. And that's what I love about this outside groove in 1 and 2. You see drivers that are kind of running above the seam and some that are willing to go right up towards the outside retaining wall, and Bowden is definitely one of those that he's going to try to get that car up as close as possible to that outside lane. You see Michael Frisch behind us. He won the World 600 in the 87 cars that we ran just about 9 months ago. He's back here in this battle for 15th as well.
Collins starting to slip back just a little bit. He was 3 wide with that Overland and Roberts battle. I wonder maybe if he used those tires up just a touch too much, trying to claw his way back through the field. Remember, he pitted before the caution flag came out, and then he had to wave around after the caution to get himself back on the lead lap. So he started pretty much from the tail of the field, and he's right now in the 15th position, and he is tracking in the wrong direction.
Now, Blake and Jacob, I was looking and following Colin Bowden here. He started 26th, made his way up to 11th, using that high side, definitely warmed his tires up. As soon as he got to 11th, he came back down, started running the bottom. I think he knew his tires were overheated, so he tried to cool them off, and it just seems like they're gone at this point.
See if it is. He's side by side right now with, that's David Schildhouse down there on the bottom. We talked about all the Matt Kenseth schemes that we were going to see run tonight, and Schildhouse kind of one of the few that's running a number 20 rather than a number 17, as a Schildhouse is going to make his way by on the bottom of Colin Bowden. So Schildhouse up into the 17th position, and one of many Carl Long paint schemes piloted by Jacob Potak is up into 18th now. Man, I could listen to these cars all night.
Dude,
yeah.
They are amazing. When do you think Colin Bowden comes down pit road? He's already lost 8 spots since he peaked at 11th. We got a side-by-side battle here with, not for the lead anymore, but it looks like second place, the 299 cars.
Looks like Cozy kind of pushed pretty hard to try to get some track position and get up towards the front of the field. I think he's going to kind of suffer for that right now as Hawking goes by. See Santiago Tires, who's been kind of up here in the top 5 the majority of the night so far. He's going to try to pass him as well. How about that 07 car? Zeke Willis. That's a pretty neat throwback right there. The Direct TV car. Not many kind of remember that paint scheme, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's another thing I love about these cars. All the old paint schemes that look so good on these race cars. Get to bring them back. It's a lot of nostalgia for the folks that grew up watching the sport in this era, in this time.
How about Sean Butler? Where did he come from? He's in 6th.
Nice little run for Sean. He was up here yesterday with us for qualifying, and of course he went out and did run a lap, eventually got himself in the show, and I think he was another beneficiary of that caution in the middle of stops. Pick up a good number of spots and get him up into the top 10, sitting right now in 6th.
Hard Charger certainly goes to not only him, he's up from 21st, but the man right behind him, or a couple of spots behind him, Josh Parker, up from 35th to 9th. And he was one of those drivers that was kind of involved in that incident, as you see him wiggling off of turn 4. But Parker, definitely somebody who has really made his presence felt. And you think Josh Parker, he's one of the OGs here on iRacing and in sim racing. You hear so many of these drivers talk about kind of the olden days and having all the horsepower and being able to kind of wheel the race car. I think this is a combination that is going to sit very well in Josh Parker's wheelhouse. Give him some horsepower, give him a car that you have to slide around, that you really have to manhandle, and no shocker, Josh Parker running right by some former Coke drivers, and Thomas Lewandowski, somebody else that is definitely from that same era as well.
Now, something we're going to run into here, Blake, the idea of lap traffic. A couple of those guys that were involved in the crash that have some damage still and are still out on the racetrack. Ryan Andrew right now is getting passed by second place Brandon Hawkin, and he just got the wall coming off turn number 4. Did the 88 of Ryan Andrew. He's going to lose a lot more time, and it's so difficult being off the pace especially with how fast these cars get coming down the straightaways, and you almost feel like you can't put yourself in a good spot. We'll have to see how these guys handle it the rest of the way. I don't think we addressed this, by the way. Alex Kolnick did park the car. Tony Ball did as well. They were both involved in that crash around lap 45, I believe it was. Adam Cabot, he is several laps down, as is Bennett Allen. Lawson and Andrew are just one down right now.
I hate to see Tony Ball out of this as well. He's 14 laps down. He's in 40th, so his bid to try and win this World 600 is over. See Ryan Andrew going a lap down again. He was very competitive in the World 600 we ran here last summer in the 87 cars. We came up a couple laps shy of winning that race. So on lap 80, 79 are down. Derek Justice, Brandon Hawken, and Santiago Tira as your top three, as we will continue rolling right along with E-Racers coverage of the Gen 4 World 600 right after this.
We see Derek Justice out in the lead, gapping himself just a little bit over the second place machine of Brandon Hawken. Michael Cozy Jr. has fallen back to 5th place after that hard charge towards the front of the pack. We see them take lap number 82 here.
The way things are looking right now, guys, that outside line, we saw the speed that it had earlier on. It does not have that speed anymore. Just watch Chris Overland try the outside line, particularly in 3 and 4, and he flat out got beat by the guys running the inside line and about made contact with Cameron Rich coming off turn 4, who was on the bottom. That outside line just not working anymore, and that's part of the track changing. Well, go ahead.
I think it's maybe something that you can only use for a certain amount of time, because Reynolds ran it, got a huge run on Cozy. That ended up getting him in this position where he could set up and complete a pass on Cozy. So I think if you're, it may be something you'll have to balance. You probably can't run up there the entire run, but I think there is speed up there, if only for a short amount of time. Again, I'm just, this may be one of those broadcasts we just lay out a lot, because I just love listening to the engine sounds as they get into turn 1. It's nice to have horsepower again.
Yeah, and everybody's pretty spread out right now too, so it's tough to pick out like, hey, here's a battle, hey, here's a battle. They're just chilling right now. They're just vibing. We still haven't even gotten to the quarter mark yet. So we've got a long way to go. There's no need to really be aggressive right now.
First car's going to come down to the pits. Christopher Vail back here. He's in 34th. He is going to begin this cycle, which I'm sure he's kind of several laps ahead of the curve right now. But I do think that Chris will be the first one to pit.
And we saw somebody in the back earlier be the first one to pit. That was Bennett Allen, and he spent a long time down there. So we'll see if anybody decides to jump, because we're about in that window, Blake, to start making green flag stops again.
Battle for the race lead. Derek Justice just popped the wall off of turn 2. Brandon Hawken has run him down as we're about to go side by side here at Charlotte. Back with you here for E-Racers coverage of the Gen 4 World 600, and Brandon Hawken, Derek Justice duking it out for the top spot.
Good stuff out here at the front of the field. Justice, as you mentioned, just got the wall a little bit, so he's trying to regroup now. And we'll see how hard Hawken decides to push it. We saw earlier, though, that It was later in the green flag run, almost right before stops, where Derek Justice really started to fall off as the lead car. Hawken gets a great run out of 3 and 4. It's on this end of the speedway where it looks like Derek Justice is losing time. We'll see if he can hold him off before they make the call to pit road. Hawken goes top into 1.
Hawken goes to the top side, and I think Derek Justice, knowing him, he's somebody that is going to paint that blue line on the paint all night long and do it very consistently. Hawken, though, not quite able to build the run that I'm sure he would have wanted there in turns 1 and 2. And again, a large part of this battle was set up by the fact that off of turn 2, Justice did what we've seen a number of drivers do, where the right rear just kicks out a little bit, you scrape the wall, and you just kind of get sucked into it. There's not a whole lot you can do to try to separate it really quickly. You have to kind of turn on the wheel a ton very, very quickly to try and get that car out of the outside wall. Starting to hear calls over the radio, though, Jacob Hitz. Many drivers starting to either way and starting to say they're going to come down pit road here in the next handful of laps.
Yeah, Matthew Batby making the call. He's back in 26th and just letting the guys behind him know that, hey, don't run me over. And he's going to be joined by another car. That's Colin Bowden, who will join him. And he locks the tires up to make sure that he doesn't speed getting onto pit road. And so far, so good as far as not speeding is concerned. Larry Pace is also going to make his way down to the pit lane. He's well in the back here.
I think I heard T
side by
News
side
coming
battle
down as well.
That's what it sounded like. I didn't quite understand what he said, but I think he was saying something about he thinks he's pitting this time or soon.
I don't think Overland could get much closer to the wall than he just did in 3 and 4. He may have scraped a little paint off the right side of that bright neon yellow 47 that he's made, I guess, famous over the time he's been on iRacing. He's always had those colors on that paint scheme. So he runs back here in the 14th position. Cameron Rich is sideways on the straightaway right in front of him.
And he's had a really strong run tonight in that 17 Pontiac. It's been hanging right around that Overland bunch pretty much since the drop of the green flag. It's where he's been all night long.
You know, I got to give a shout out to Garrett Smithley right now. Running up in 22nd, missed the grid, was running back in 41st, and not necessarily through a pit cycle. He was running, kind of making up spots here towards the top 20s. So nice job here for our provisional driver and Garrett Smithley making up some time. And he's frequented many of our iRacing events. Good to see him back out here and starting to make some ground up. Josh Parker is in.
Yep. So he'll make the call. Sounds like Chris Overland's going to be in next time by, letting the guys around him know that he's going to be pitting this time, as well as Dustin Montgomery in the 01. Aaron Smith going to make the call. He's right behind these guys. Zeke Willis, he's in 5th in the 07. He's going to come to pit lane. So pay window's open as far as coming to pit road is concerned, and we're going to see more of them do it right here.
And whether we can complete this cycle, that's the question. You see the DirecTV Chevrolets on pit road. Overland a little out of shape, but no black flag. One black flag, though, is Colby Cooper. Colby Cooper's too fast entering, and he's going to have to serve a prolonged penalty as a result. Your race leader, and Derek Justice, says that he's going to come down this time as well.
Hawken is too, so your top 2, at the very least, are going to be coming to pit road right here. We'll see if this happens a little cleaner than last time. How about your top 4, top 5? Cozy stays out, and much of your top 10. Bring it to pit road right here on lap 94.
I would say with the kind of lack of dirty air in this car that you want to go as long as possible. So if you're a Smithley, a Schulthouse, or a Michael Cozy Jr. who stayed out, I like this extra lap on those tires. And plus, pit road is a very busy place with just about everybody pitting at once. Cozy's going to come down. So is Cattell. Imagine Guerrilla is as well. Barely going to be able to make it past this lap if you stay out. Although Cattell, he pulls the rug out from under us. He stays out.
He's going to do one more, but just about everybody behind him is going to come on in. So Cattell, I guess, just wanted to lead that lap and then bring that 80 machine to us this time.
One of the 5 Winston Cup bonus points for leading that lap, I guess.
Yep. Could be crucial down the stretch. You never know.
It all adds up.
Yeah. Oh, he stays out again. He's going to do another lap.
Wow.
Next lap, he's going to pit. And that's interesting because if you look, he's got a lot of cars behind him that have already come off the pit lane and have fresh tires. If he waits too long, he's going to get eaten alive, and it's going to be difficult for him to get to the bottom when the fast guys are only going to go to the bottom. My guess is, look at the leaderboard. Everybody's a lap down. He's hoping a caution comes out so that way he has a lap on the rest of the field. Problem is, I don't think he's going to get that caution.
Well, again, I think every little bit that you save is going to matter here, especially when we're just shy of kind of a 50-lap window. It's so early on in this race. You want to be able to go as long as possible, I think. One, because of what we were talking about earlier with Parker and Landon when they were a part of our show, is that you never know when you're going to get that caution in the middle of the cycle. But two, again, there's no stages. There's no pauses.
Right.
You don't know when you're going to need an extra 2 or 3 laps, and just pitting 2 laps, 3 laps later each run going to add up if we get a very long green flag run in this race, as we're now a quarter distance through here the World 600, and it looks like Zeke Willis will come out and resume your race lead, along with Colin Bowden and a couple of those drivers that we saw kind of short pit the rest of the field by a few laps.
Well, and Colin's now getting eaten alive because he's got 5 lap holder tires than the guys he's racing with. So he's going to start slipping backward as these guys that just pitted most recently get the tires up to speed, and they're going to start to pass him.
There was a minor mistake he made actually when Brandon Cattell came down pit road. He caught his left front valence on the apron exiting corner 4 and entered a slide, so bringing additional heat already to those older tires.
I was about to say Willis pit 4 laps after Bowden, and he's about 2 seconds clear of him there, so it wasn't not shocked to hear that there was something that went wrong there for Colin Bowden. But like you mentioned, a couple lap older tires, he's going to have to do his best to try and hang on to this track position. But you can see the big difference that it made for Brandon Cattell. Cattell stayed out as long as he could. He's now in 30th. Went from the race lead and running up about 10th or so before that cycle began, and now Brandon Cattell finds himself in the 30th position. That's how much track position you lose trying to stay out like that.
Yeah, that's something. That's 41 way out of shape there.
But this is what I love in a race like this. Different strategies, different mindsets, different game plans in terms of what you want to accomplish. I think Derek Justice, when we were looking at black flags earlier, I think he may have received one because he was battling for the race lead early. Now he's back in 34th, a lap down. Jacob, what are you hearing?
I'm not sure because he had a stop and go. That'll do it. So he sped on exit.
Sped on exit? Wow.
He sped on exit, had to come back to pit road, sit in the box just for 2 seconds. I'm at least assuming he sped on exit. Let me double check his run coming off the pit lane.
I think he slid up.
Oh, you know what? He did. He slid just too high off of the apron coming off of turn number 2, some 50 feet before the blue cone. It was a pit exit issue, a blend line issue, and Derek Justice, who has been the dominant car of the day on short runs, is a lap down. That's why I had to come back to pit road for a stop and go.
I was going to say he had the first pit stall, so I was going to say if he sped on exit, it'd probably be an easy thing to do to just launch out of that pit stall and just think that you're going to continue climbing in speed. Once you get past the cone, you just hit 50 or so before you get there. But a blend issue, that's something you don't often see out of drivers of that caliber. So unfortunately for Derek Justice, back in 34th, he would be for now the lucky dog. However, the longer we continue to go in this run, that is not going to be the case, as you'd imagine that our race leaders, which by the way is still Zeke Willis through this cycle. So short pitting a little bit is paying dividends for him. But Art Reimer right now, the first car that would be on the lead lap, 23 seconds behind the leader. So about 7 or 8 seconds he's away from perhaps going a lap down. So Justice needs that caution. He needs it fast before the rest of this field starts going a lap down.
Yeah, and the question is at this point, I think, whether or not Willis is the guy that's lapping folks or it's Hawken, because you see Hawken has cut that gap down to under a second. It's down around 0.8 or so as Mitch Dranowski, man, he about dropped the car coming off turn number 4 in a pack of cars. He keeps pointing in the right direction, lost a couple spots, but that 7 was slideways coming off turn number 4.
A lot of congestion right here in the midfield with, many of the different strategies that we were talking about. Cassill is still in 29th. Again, I was saying his praises about staying out, but this is kind of the risk on the backside of it, and he's not necessarily making up a ton of time. He's not making up 3-4 tenths a lap or anything like that, so Cassill, a definite sacrifice, but again, if he goes a couple laps longer each and every run, that could work out for him. You see Mitch Dranowski right now in the 24th position, falling back from Dustin Montgomery. Qualified 19th, just in front of him.
Blake.
Big lap.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Hawken. It's under half a second now, that gap for the lead. It was, 0.8 2 laps ago? And, oh, boy, Colin Bowden. Whew, he just got really loose coming off turn number 2. He loses a spot to Frisch. Cameron Rich goes by him as well. That drop kicks him outside the top 10. Cozy now jumps up to the outside.
Jacob, I was going to call out Derek Justice, who is now passing Hawken. I wonder if the reason for Hawken's good lap there is the fact that he had a good push from Derek Justice, who is very quickly making his way forward into a position to get his lap back on speed.
Yeah, he does have fresher tires, so he can do that if he wants. You see Cozy go by Colin Bowden right now. It's for 10th. David Schildhouse a couple of cars back, doing a nice job recovering. We mentioned he could not get the car fired on the grid, missed the start, and runs in the 16th position. The other thing I've noticed here these last couple of laps, Jacob, look how dark the racetrack is. There's been a little bit of cloud cover. I know we're kind of going day to night in this race anyway, but significant cloud cover right now on this racetrack, which is going to, I guess, just speed up the process of cooling it down. Of course, the World 600, a race that goes day to night. And for some reason, I set the session to start at 6 o'clock when the race began, which is when it runs in real life. However, with the practice straight to race without a qualifying session, we started a little bit earlier than what the scheduled start time was. So I'm not quite sure how that happened, but nevertheless, we'll just we'll have a little bit more sunlight before the sun eventually goes down, and it kind of cools this racetrack off for good. There's the sunlight a little bit.
Yep. We'll just say that weather was in the area, so we bumped the start of the race
there we
early
go.
an hour, and so that way we could get the whole thing in and not have to worry about storms that blow through in the overnight. Wouldn't that be something? We announced that, rain on iRacing. Here it is.
Well, it's being worked on right now.
Yeah.
Can't wait for Mooncar once that happens. Racing in the rain on iRacing going to be insane. Although, if it's being realistic, the ovals side of things, I mean, you shouldn't be able to see if we're running 150 miles an hour at Charlotte. The spray should be so bad. I mean, you would not be able to see.
Nice battle for 10th going on. Cozy and Chris Overland there. You see Schildhouse getting by Colin Bowden. There's Cozy. He'll slide
Mark my
on
words,
by
if
that
it works,
Menards
though,
car.
World 600 in the rain. Calling it right now. If it does work and you can see World 600 in the rain, it'll take like 7 hours, but it'll be great.
That's a lot of caution laps. I'd be more comfortable with the Roval. At least they've done that before. I don't know about trying to do the World 600 in the rain. New leader.
Yeah, finally, Zeke Willis, his short pitting strategy finally coming back to bite him. He only pit one lap prior to Brandon Hawken, but finally Hawken has found his way by. So really, you've had about 4 or 5 drivers that have led this race. Brandon Hawken, Zeke Willis a little bit earlier, Derek Justice, who now has unlapped himself and is on the tail end of the lead lap in 34th. I got to say, though, Blake Reynolds probably one of the more impressive drivers that we saw on the long run in that first stint that we had, especially lap 40 or so. That 66 car was in another gear.
We've got a crash. Turn 4. One car around. It's Colin Bowden. The 24 of Batby is in the fence. Bowden's still off the pace on the apron. He's going to get split by Cattell through the tri-oval. He mows the turf going into turn number 1. But trouble for car 69 and trouble for car 24. Looks like Batby may have gotten into the back of Colin Bowden and sparked that whole deal in the middle of turn number 3.
Yeah, Bowden was a little bit slower in front of him, and then Batby. Oh, no, Batby. I mean, that's going to destroy his
He
car.
overcorrected. Yeah, it's killed. Great save from Bowden. Problem is, though, he's let those tires up, and he's going to be screaming for grip the rest of the way. Batby has made the car to pit road, and he's going to fall a couple laps down with the damage he's got, particularly to the right front of that 24 gray DuPont Chevrolet.
Oh, that's tough for Batby. No required repairs that he has, but I'm sure that car significantly slowed, and even the way he was having to steer that car to get to pit road, a lot of damage for him. So tough there for Matthew Batby. We stayed green, though, as Bowden saved it. And,
but he is hurting. Those tires are
is.
killing him right now. He doesn't have any grip on this racetrack. You can see him fighting to keep that car pointed in the right direction. He's now 25th. He was up inside the top 15. And he is just probably right now praying for a caution so he can get these stupid tires off the race car and get some freshies on there. Because I know he doesn't want a short pit and screw up his entire strategy, but you can't run on really hot tires here and get away with it. You're either going to crash or you're going to pit and get new tires before you crash. One of the two. You can't keep doing this. He's going to lose everything here if he tries to stay out.
Well, no, let's ask him. Is that the plan, Colin? Hoping for a caution here?
Man, I don't know what the plan is at this point. The freaking slowest car out here right now. Oh, Blake, I got a word to pick with you, man. You didn't give us a 16-to-1 setup, and I forgot to change that steering ratio, and we're fun meters pegged at this point.
Oh, man. I think the default should have been 16-to-1. Was it not?
No, Colin came in and looked and said I was on 12-to-1, and we are just not having a good time.
No. How?
But we had a nice drift in 3 and 4, though. We have that going for us. We put a show on right there.
Man, that's tough. The default was set to 16-to-1 on this. I preemptively did that, so I don't know how you got it on 12.
We are just we're showing our true talents right here. We're driving this daggum thing from 4th straight back to 30th here in a little bit.
Well, I know you can see you got your hands full. We'll let you get back to it. We'll check in, and hopefully the fortune changes here soon.
I'll tell you another thing. Is Landon or Parker still there? Because my force feedback's a little too high. I don't know if I can do 600 miles. I might need a sub here about halfway.
Well, unfortunately, they checked out. Parker said he had a sim session at like 5 a.m. Maybe
can't
I'll call
get
him,
good help these days.
He can get you a new steering wheel, though. Maybe fix the force feedback a little bit.
No. I'll take any help I can get at this point.
All right. Well, Colin, we'll let you get back to it. Hopefully, things change for you soon.
Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate our in-race reporter right there. Hawkins still your race leader. See some good battling going on here just outside the top 5. Josh Parker coming back through the field. So is Michael Guerrilla he may get 2 for 1 here on both Parker and Michael Frisch.
And Frisch is in a similar boat right now to Colin Bowden. All over the place. Trying to hold on to that thing. Zeke Willis is about to have some company from Blake Reynolds for second. He's caught him. He's been hanging in there these last couple laps, but Reynolds has finally closed him in, and he's using the bottom side of the racetrack. He has yet to really drift up to that outside that he was using earlier on in the day.
And I think Reynolds is the best long-run car here. Just as far as who's going to be fastest lap 30 through lap 40. Fell back almost outside the top 10 that first run, drove right back through it. And I think each and every run, he's just going to kind of make up a little bit of ground. Although we haven't really seen where kind of super saving the tires has worked all too tremendously for anybody besides Reynolds. As he gets a run here off of 2. Give a nod to Willis, though. Clearly made up a lot of time on his entry into pit road to cycle himself up here. Was running up towards the front anyway, but the fact that he stayed here for as long as he has, had a great pit road entry, great 4-tire stop, and that good execution is the reason he's up here.
Wonder if that's going to change the way everybody pits the rest of the way, seeing that short pitting actually worked. As here comes Reynolds, and he'll take it right away. Willis isn't going to fight him for it.
Again, Cassill was kind of the opposite end of that. He went very long. He's only up to 16th now. Still 8.5 seconds behind the leader, so a definite net loss so far for Cassill. But again, we're only about 30 laps into this run. We got about another 15 or so before we really get to kind of do the math and see, well, this is where he was running. This is where he would be running. As we're probably just shy here, about 10 or 12 laps of green flag pit stop. So we will once again pause for another break as Brandon Hawken out in front of the World 600 with Blake Reynolds and Zeke Willis close on his tail. You're watching E-Racers coverage of the Gen 4 World 600 from Charlotte. Back with you here from the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Gen 4 World 600. Hawken is still your race leader. Justice unlapped himself earlier, but now he may be in danger of going a lap down once again. If you're watching with us on Twitch, first off, hello, and second of all, you've been seeing the announcements scrolling across in the chat every so often. We wanted to direct your attention to that again as well with Doug Richard and Robert Richard and this E-Racer family. Unfortunately, Robin Richard going through some health difficulties right now in her battle with cancer. So if you feel so inclined to donate, again, we've appreciated so much of the donations that we've had coming in over the last couple of days. Even last night was highlighted by a $500 donation. Doug Richard was such a huge part of getting things rolling and was so willing to help out for the Firecracker 400 last year. So any amount that can be donated. By the way, 1 hour ago, just hearing from our producer, $250 from an anonymous donor. That is awesome. Brian and Bob, we appreciate your donations as well. So again, that's from just today's broadcast. And even earlier today, we had an anonymous donor donate $1,000. So again, we thank you so much for making this a part of the World 600 coverage. And again, if you feel so inclined or have a couple extra bucks, we would really appreciate if you help out and support a good friend of us here at E-Racer. Lap 138, Hawkins still your leader. Justice has gone back a lap down, and Blake Reynolds has started to catch your race leader as we are now just on the cusp of a couple of drivers, Jacob, once again, saying that they're going to head to the pits here soon.
Yeah, a couple of guys in the back of the field have already made their stops, and a couple more are headed to the pit road, but nobody really inside the top 15, top 20 have made the call yet to come to pit road. Now one car will. Josh Parker makes the turn. He'll slide that thing to the pit commitment line, and he'll slide it almost into somebody else's box. He does not speed, though. He gets it down to pit speed by the time he gets to the yellow cone at the entrance of pit road. Chris Overland making the call. He's going to stop this time by. Lucas Plessel is on the pit lane right now, so pit stops for the leaders just moments away. For those in the mid-pack, it's happening right now.
That it is. A couple more cars, I believe. Dustin Montgomery just called out that he's going to try to go down to the pit lane. As Zeke Willis was that. I think he may have had problems.
He slid it down there, locked him up. He didn't speed, but he certainly slid the tires getting onto the pit lane there, and that was risky.
It's got to be so tough to pit here, especially if you're one of those early stalls.
Right. Here comes your leader.
Brandon Hawken is in. Blake Reynolds is in with him. You can see the time that Reynolds made up there on entry. Again, these runs, 18.7 gallons, so they're not as long as they would have been in this era. So I think that's why we're seeing that this saving strategy may not be the way to go, because there's just not as much of a long run to save with.
I think you're exactly right, Blake. And, you know, we've only seen the one caution that happened in the middle of our first stops. And, oh, my gosh, Derek Justice about got clobbered coming off of turn number 4. He pitted, and nobody around him knew it. And he was mere inches away from getting annihilated on corner exit. Garrett Conrath slides the car, and he's actually going to hit the pit wall.
Oh, no!
At the entrance of pit road. He got it in way too hot. He did not speed. But he does loop it around as a little burnout and gets it back rolling at the entrance of pit road. Sounds like David Schildhouse is going to make the call here. Cozy, they'll all come to the pit lane here this time. Kittel, once again, going to stay out. We'll see how this works for car number 80.
Oh, man, that was almost tight right there with Zeke Willis pulling up to the back of Schildhouse on fresh tires. He about ran him over. Schildhouse able to get it woed down. He's one of these early pit stalls. Garrett Smithley is the last pit stall, and he enters his pit box without a problem. You can see Lucas Hoitzma right there. And now Kittel, who enjoyed a couple of laps on his own that last run, I think is going to try to make up some more time here. So again, Kittel is in a position here where this is either going to work out perfectly for him and he's going to scam something, or he's going to get lapped, or even worse. Something is not good is going to happen with Brandon Cattell making this bet with this strategy.
Yeah, and at this point, he's committed to this strategy, right? So he's not really going to be able to change it unless it gets changed for him. If a caution were to come out, before he hits to the pit lane, either on this stop or on a different cycle. But right now, he's made his bet. He's going to be forced to lay in it. I'm not sure it's the right one, though. He'll stay out for one more lap.
That he'll do, which, by the way, in a couple laps' time, it would have made 100 straight laps that we have had here tonight. Only slowed by the caution flag one time tonight so far, and it was because of our first green flag pit cycle and some disagreements over who was pitting, who wasn't, who knew it, which at Charlotte is a pretty common problem to have. This time around, though, Brandon Cattell going to surrender the race lead.
Colin Bowden. Oh, my gosh.
And
Cattell's going to do the same thing.
Yeah, he's got it stopped.
Oh, Bowden sped.
Oh, no.
Bowden did not get it slowed down in time. Man, he was drifting that thing, and at the line, he was doing 69 mile an hour.
I think he might be done. He already pitted once this pit cycle. This might be I need to come down and fix something, or he's just going to go out and just have fun for the rest of the night here.
Huh.
I think Colin Bowden's version of going out and having fun for the rest of the night may not include running the rest of this race.
Should we bring him in?
I don't know. He may have already taken off the headset. Actually, yeah, he just disconnected from the. We got pulled.
No,
got him
he's still
pulled in
here.
We're just sitting.
Sitting?
Just sitting?
Just thinking about life decisions right now. I got out, looked. It's 12-1. I don't know how. Just mistakes were made. We're once again a victim of our own actions. But it's a fun time until then. The first run, we looked good. That first run, we had the crowd on their feet.
Sure did.
We're up there up top selling T-shirts. Now we're in here looking like a fool. But you'll have that in big-time stock car racing, as the kids say.
Well, it wasn't from a lack of effort. We know that. Looking forward to the firecracker and having you back there for that.
Oh, yeah. What announcements did I miss? They say anything good?
The schedule and when it's going to be taking place, which if you're just joining us on the broadcast, we'll kind of go over that here. July 12th and 13th will be the prelim dates. Again, that's right after a Coke race for you. So Wednesday and Thursday, July 12th and 13th, we'll run the first of two prelims. Then the following week on Tuesday, July 18th and Wednesday, July 19th, that will be the 2 rounds of qualifying. So the top 88 and knockout qualifying will happen July 18th and 19th. The Firecracker 200 will run July 24th on Monday, followed by the Firecracker 400 on July 26th. That is a Wednesday night. So that is the official schedule, mid-July, going to take place over 3 weeks, and I know I'm looking forward to it. I know I pit reported last time, and I'd love to do it again, but dang it, I want to win that race.
Oh, man, I can't tell you how much I look forward to the Firecracker. Like I said on Twitter, man, you got Coke races are at one level for me, but that Firecracker's at the top. Like, this just the race jumped to a prestigious level, like, right away, and it's so hard to win, and it's just, I don't have any nerves like I get for qualifying for the Firecracker. When you pull out the track by yourself and on your prelim night, it's the nerves I get for that is like as close to real life as I've seen on this sim so far. Coke doesn't rival that for me, so really glad this race is back.
I know Byron talked about that when he ran the first one. Dale Earnhardt Jr. talked about that. I know the first Firecracker, I ended up qualifying for the 200, same thing. Like, I was almost shaking. I was so freaking nervous on my first, the first time I went out.
Yeah, it's just a fun, like, the format they have is, like, really good to, like, let the people that aren't experienced versus the experienced people, as you still have a chance for them, and if something happens, you still have a chance to recover. Like, it's just, everything about it I enjoy, and like the 87s at Old Daytona is really, I feel like, the best combination on the game. Like, that's just my favorite thing to do in general. So like all the stars line up.
And it does. Brandon Hawken goes by for the race lead. That moves Reynolds back to second. And how about our good friend Sean M. Butler? Learned a lot at the booth last night. He's putting that to good use tonight. He's up to third. Zeke Willis in fourth. And you know what? Josh Parker has made up a couple spots again. He's up to fifth. I tell you what, that 81 car, he does pretty well with some horsepower.
He's got milk and he's got speed.
I'll say this from being out there. I thought Brandon was him and Derek, were tit for tat there at the start of the run, but Sean's really got a lot of speed here recently. Sean might be the best on the track right now.
Reynolds looks to be the best, I think, late in the run.
Yeah, Blake's always been really good at saving tires and good on the long run. I wish, oh man, don't get me started on this tire. I wish we could all just agree to go as hard as we can and whatever happens, happens. But we don't have that luxury.
Well, maybe one day.
I tried that on the second run, and we paid dearly for that. Very dearly. The top was really good at the start of the race, and I guess it rubbered up or something, and it's really not there right now. It might come back when the sun goes down, though. Get a little more grip up there.
Yeah, I was about to say the early run, like you were rewarded for running the top. It looks like right now with everybody kind of spread out, everybody's kind of working back to the bottom.
Yeah, so yeah. I think the first run the car was really tight on the bottom, but if you moved up, it would get you a lot of turn. And then, so the top was really good the first run, but the second run, it's so tight in the middle for me anyway. I don't know what's happened up there.
All right, well, Colin, we'll go ahead and let you go. I know it was fun having you tonight. We'll look forward to having you back for the Firecracker. And, of course, good luck on Tuesday night in Las Vegas.
Appreciate y'all having me. Another night of disappointment, but that's not the first time we've done that. So appreciate the event you put on, too. That was good. I really enjoy this stuff. Thank you.
Driver number 69, E-Race for Chevrolet in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, Colin Bowden, stops by with us. Unfortunately, we'll finish, I believe, in the 35th position tonight, as we have 34 that are still out on the racetrack at this moment. A couple of cars, 1 or 2 laps down. But right now, in the midst of almost a 110 lap green flag run here tonight, which, Jacob, I thought we would see this. I looked at the starting field tonight, when everything was said and done last night, and I knew this was a field where we have some really high caliber drivers, and I really truly believed in these guys that they could put on a show like this where, yeah, up here in the broadcast, we like bunching them together. We like seeing side-by-side racing, but for a lot of these sim racers to be able to come out to an event like this and see these long green flag runs and let things play out, I mean, that's really all you could ask for. And again, we don't often see it in real life anymore because of stage breaks and breaking the race up and everything. We can truly have something that hopefully comes down to speed, comes down to strategy, comes down to execution, and it's playing out right in front of our eyes as, golly, we're 40 laps away practically from halfway.
I was going to bring that up. We've still got a long way to go. We have more than half of this race left. It's half of this race plus a fuel run, basically, that we have left. And I think some of these drivers have to keep that in mind. The impatience is going to keep ratcheting up as this race goes along. And I think once the sun goes down, drivers are going to start to see the end is near. But you still got a long way to go. So I think in the next hour or so is where we're going to see guys really start to go for it, take the gloves off, and really get aggressive. May cost them, may bring out that yellow cloth at the start-finish line every now and again, but the way things have been right now, it has been clean and green outside of that pit road catastrophe. We've been solid other than that. We've kept them pretty straight.
That they have, as you can see, some battling further on back in the field. Aaron Smith going on by that number 11 car. That is Dylan Roberts that he just that is Timu Toika that he ended up just making his way by. The Dave Matthews Band throwback there for Timu. It's a good-looking car. He was quick to point that out. One of our international drivers in the field out of Finland. I think he's somebody that'll be very strong in the Firecracker as well.
He's been slipping back a little bit here as of late. Trying to stop the bleeding right now and keep himself in this deal. But all it takes is one caution, and it brings a lot of folks back into the equation. We've seen the drivers that are really good on the short run. We've seen the drivers that are really good on the long run. Those guys better on the long run are up here at the front right now. We've got guys that are better on the short run that are toward the mid-pack. If we get a caution or something, even if it's just past halfway, that could really shake things up, and we're going to see the order kind of flip on its head.
I feel like Blake Reynolds here is just right there waiting for any sort of mistake out of Hawken, any sort of bad luck through these lap traffic cars. Last time by, he was just slightly faster, and this time by again, he was just about a tenth faster. So I think he's slowly working his way forward, just methodically, just lap after lap, trying to close in on Hawken to make a pass for the lead.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's been really good at all night. As we're about 25 laps into this run, which again, with just how these runs play out, we're about 20 laps away from what would be more pit stops. So I think that's just one of the things here, Jacob. When this car was conceived in iRacing, it was by accident. This car was not supposed to have been created. It was a mistake on iRacing's back end of things where they accidentally tampered with the ARCA car. And don't tell me how or why, because I'm not smart enough to know all the engineering and everything that goes on. But somehow they created a car that had significantly higher horsepower that was more akin to the Gen 4 era. And because so many people that week during the build got on and loved it and wanted it and said, hey, we want this to be a permanent thing, iRacing responded in accordance with that and created this Gen 4 era car. Now, I think the one thing that they did in using the ARCA car, obviously a smaller fuel cell, but the way fuel is calculated, you burn through fuel very quickly in this car, and I think that's why, a 4-tire full fuel run is about 45 laps or so in this thing.
Otherwise, they'd be out there a little bit longer, and I think you'd really see tires fall off a little bit more. And you remember as well as I do the 87 World 600, where basically we'd have a caution every 45 laps because somebody would try to stay out on tires and then blow a tire and crash. Thankfully, we don't have that issue here tonight where we get to the end of a fuel run and somebody stays out too long and wads it up. It's just pit entry that's been the biggest problem for us. And I think the fact that these guys can only make it about 42 laps on a tank of fuel, that makes it pretty easy as far as how many times you're going to stop, right? You're not really going to short pit unless you get down to the very end of the race and you still have a set of tires left. You're pretty much boxed in as far as what you can do with strategy, with the exception of maybe pitting a few laps earlier or saving and pitting a few laps later and trying to whittle out a stop, or maybe only have 20 laps to go when you make your final stop because you've saved the fuel. As, man, the car just in front of these guys, Christopher Whale, got the outside wall, and man, I thought he was headed for pit road there. That was rough for car 41. 32nd place and 2 laps down.
Now, of course, you can see he's on fresh tires right now, so he's going to go by Colby Cooper right now for 31st. That is a pass for position, as the 41 kind of been one of those drivers that's somewhat shortcutting every single run a little bit earlier than what we've seen a majority of the field do. And he'll try to come around and unlap himself, put him back 1 lap down. There are 2 cars that are 1 lap down at the moment, Art Reimer and Larry Pace. Remember, Pace kind of ran into an issue off the drop of the green, and, well, we haven't had a caution since then in what is roughly about 120 laps or so. So he's still trying to bounce back from that mistake. You could see right there, really nothing he did wrong, just got run into the back of. But unfortunately kind of set him behind the 8-ball tonight, and at least trying to catch up to Art Reimer.
Josh Parker. We talked about him earlier, how he was having such a good run. Well, the tires have fallen off, and he about knocked the wall down coming off turn number 4, racing with Chris Overland. That thing stepped out huge, and he about was crying over spilled milk coming off turn number 4. That was close.
You know, let's see if we can't get Kevin McAdams in here. I think he's wanting to join the broadcast booth here.
It was big enough to hold like 18 people yesterday, so I'm sure we can manage 4 up here today. Oh, well, we handled, 5 up here earlier? 6?
Yeah, we got it.
With Landon and Parker? Yeah, we're doing fine.
Easy peasy.
Let's move him in here. There he is. Kevin, how we doing?
I'm doing pretty good, guys. I feel like this is a good time to step in. Long green flag run, and been a good one so far. I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far between the green flag and what this whole race has just been. I think quintessential Gen 4. It's been really fun to watch.
I was about to say, have you been tuned in the whole time, or you just?
I've been hopping in and out. Saw the start. Saw a couple guys had some mishaps. Having to start on pit road. David has had a really good recovery from his issue on the grid. He's made his way up into the top 20. So a lot of comers and goers, and I think, if you're a race car driver, whether in the sim or in real life, that's what you like to see. And right now we're seeing some of that. It's been really good. Looking forward to how this plays out. Obviously, some of these guys started in the 20s. They made their way into the top 10. Some of the guys who started up front towards the back, and like I said, long way to go. Well over 300 miles left in this one.
I remember running a lot of these races in the official. Josh Parker's going to pull down and be one of our.
Yeah, he's had enough on those tires. He wants freshies. He wants them now. He's going to take advantage of them.
He's going to pull it down, and looks like he'll put the right sides up. He'll get 4 fresh tires here. But what I was going to say is, I remember running this car at this track a lot a couple of weeks ago when it was one of the first tracks that they ran on the official schedule. I got to say, though, I was sweating a lot in those races, and they were only about 60 or 70 laps. Can't imagine doing that for 400 laps, which is what these drivers are doing. And Josh Parker is going to call it a night. So Parker becomes another retiree in this race.
That's a shame because he had a lot of speed tonight.
He did. It seems like what Colin was talking about earlier has kind of come to fruition, where early in the race, again, we started on a green racetrack, and I think that really helped the top a lot. You saw drivers who ran the top were able to get turn and able to drive by some cars. And I don't know, it just, as the race has gone on, as the run has gone on, it just seems like as the rubber's been laid down, that bottom lane has just kind of become really, really strong, and it's something that I don't know if we can overcome. The next time I run one of these events, I'll create a warm-up session for 30 minutes, and I'll make everybody run the outside to get some rubber down there first. Maybe that'll help.
Worked for that open wheel series at Texas. That produced some really good racing. But the same thing, Blake. I know you've watched / ran a bunch of these races that you hosted or been around. Michigan in the Yankee 600, the World 600. You hosted in the 87s. The top was an option for I'd say about a quarter of the race, and it did the same thing. You could run the top and then eventually a dominant groove, and in this case the bottom, it kind of just becomes the precedent. And if you're not there, not only are you scrubbing speed, you're scrubbing those very important tires. And even though the fall off isn't what we would expect in the Gen 4 style racing, it's still pretty prevalent. So you really, unless you're going to go to the middle or the top in 1 and 2 to make a pass, you're going to paint that white and blue line just to not only keep the pace but save your tires. For even though the runs are a little bit shorter than what they ran back in the day, it's still a 19-gallon fuel cell and that's a lot of laps you have to log before you can pit.
I would say the one exception to that has been Rockingham last year. That was the one track where, as the race went on, and I think partially it was because the track cooled off, but the top got better later in the race versus at the beginning. It was all about being on the bottom, and that was really the one race where I think the track really went through a shift where it went from bottom to top. And otherwise, yeah, most of the events we've seen, if anything, it kind of starts out of the top and then just kind of moves its way to the bottom and kind of stays there for the rest of the race.
Ooh,
Tell you what,
a little
guys,
bit loose. Whoa.
Yeah, it's Cozy we're on board with. We're about 20 laps away or so from halfway in this race, and the sun is still up. This is, I know we said the time wasn't quite 100% where we wanted it when we started, but we're going to see a little less nighttime racing like we saw, and that's just going to change, I think, how some of these drivers were maybe preparing to run this race, thinking we're going to have about half of it in the day, half of it at night. It's going to be a little more in the daylight.
Well, and plus, I mean, these cars go so daggum fast. It's not like it's not like it was with the 87 car where, you know, we ran, which, I mean, we ran that during the day, but, you know, 400 laps in an 87 car is not 400 laps in this car where you can carry so much speed through the center. There's so much more horsepower to get a launch off the corner. You know, we're clicking off about 30, you know, a little over 30 seconds a lap or so here later in these runs. And I mean, the 87 car, you're not really.
We're in the 35s.
Yeah.
It was pretty, I think it was about 3 or 4 seconds slower. You times that by 400, that's you're into the minutes more category for that. Oh, Butler, real loose. Some lap traffic trying to navigate around him. That's Nick Miller. I believe he pitted recently about a second faster than these leaders. Plussel saying he's had enough. He's coming in.
Yeah, Nick Miller's been the first guy on pit road these last couple of laps, pretty much since the caution came out. He's been the first guy to pit road pretty consistently.
I'm looking at these lap times here, guys, and I'm comparing them to their best times. They're about 2 seconds slower than their best times. Last time by Michael Cozy was a 30.124, and his best time is a 30.142. So nearly 2 seconds off of their best times that they've put down.
Gotta give a tip of the cap to Brandon Hawken. We keep talking about Blake Reynolds and the long run prowess that he's had here tonight. Hawken has held serve at the front of the field over the course of this run, and he has even made up a little bit of time on Blake Reynolds, just barely. I mean, we're talking 3 or 4 tenths of a second over the course of a 45-lap run or so. Hawken going to be the first one to pit road. But, man, Brandon Hawken really came to play tonight.
I can't believe Tires did not speed on pit road. He was standing on the brakes. Had a ton of tire smoke, locking the tires up. But he's okay. He didn't speed somehow, some way.
He was 10 over at the line, but I think Blake would know the term hot pitting. I think that was a good case of that. You lock those tires up. Game can't score a tire that isn't moving. So give him the break there. Butler also in. And maybe, yeah, Blake's peeling in as well.
Frisch. Wow.
Wow. He's clean.
And I've noticed, especially since they've changed the next-gen tire, I feel like it's affected all the tires, as Cosman has to check out for Frisch as he enters his pit stall. You really don't want to be out there as long as you probably want to counterbalance that time difference. You lose 2 or 3 seconds a lap, staying out there as long as you do. Per lap, stay out 3 laps, you're 6-7 seconds back. And you cannot gain that back. So, it would not surprise me to see all these guys only cycling out maybe a lap or 2.
Dylan Roberts, man, he came off turn number 4, and it looked like he didn't have any brakes. He sped coming onto pit road by a good bit there. He was flying on the brakes, locking them up. He didn't get to slow down in time, and he's going to have to sit in the box and think about it.
Well, that's another reason why... To go to your point, Kevin, sorry to cut you off there, Josh. I was thinking that staying out would be the preferred option, not only because of what you were saying about the tire, but just the fact that, we know that iRacing's created a lot of aero in the next-gen car, in the truck, and how that affects things. There's not really dirty air in this car, though. And with the draft, a little bit of draft that you get, being able to kind of pit long and then use the draft to bring you back up is here. And we're hearing there is a penalty on pit road. David Schildhouse sped.
No, blend line violation. It's the same thing that bit Derek Justice. He got a little too high coming out of turn number 2 on the apron. He got the right side tires on the line, just slightly above the line, and he gets called. I'm not sure what they did recently with an update, but I saw this actually watching Cozy run the Coke Series at Talladega, where on the front straightaway, coming out of pit road...
He did not. Like, I'm looking at the replay right now.
Well, it's close. It's close. And the double line at Talladega, Cozy dipped one tire over one line, and it gave him a black flag. Now, that was in practice, so it didn't screw him over during the race. But it's not that right there. It's not that right there. It's coming off of turn number 2, just feet from the cone. I don't think you're going to see it from this angle.
You can see it.
He comes up right there, and then he comes back down, and it's right there, right before the cone. It's the same exact thing that happened to Derek Justice, and it's going to put that 20 in the box. And because,
I would say, and I'm sure,
you know what? He didn't uncheck everything. That's why Justice's stop was 2 seconds. Schildhouse probably left the tear-off on, and because you do that, that's a, 30-second hold? 30-second hold in the box because he did work to the car.
I hate that. I mean, if I had seen that and if Justice had the same thing, I would have cleared that black flag. I mean, that's not a penalty.
I think
it should not be a penalty.
If the precedent had been set for Justice, I would have definitely been in favor for clearing that. That is a very similar thing happened to Sean, and Sean seems to invent rules for us on the FTF side all the time, but he had an issue at Legacy Daytona where he went too low on exit to avoid a wreck and was penalized, and we had a strict policy that if the game gives you something, the game gives you something. But I'd say that is definitely a case of maybe stepping in there and letting common sense take place. That is a tough break for David and Derek. That he's got a long way to go to get back in this thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, recovered from not being able to fire off the grid. I just hate that, because I mean that by the letter of the law, like, that's not a penalty. And yeah, if I had seen that replay beforehand from Derek or David, I definitely would have cleared that black flag. So apologize to those guys if we didn't see that. But
yeah, and he's now 2 laps down in 31st instead of inside the top 20 where he was coming out from stop. So that's a huge blow. With Justice, that was the second pit stop. He's able to rebound. He's now 22nd. For David, after already having to claw his way back, we're 7-8 laps shy of halfway. He's going to have a lot of work to do here in the next 205 laps to try and get back in a position to even get a top 20.
All right, so Schildhouse has the penalty. We've almost completed, and I think, by the way, we have completed this cycle with Brandon Cattell coming on to the pit lane, as we are near the halfway mark of the Gen 4 World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway on E-Racer. Right now, it is Zeke Willis, your race leader. We'll be back in a moment. All right, we have crossed the halfway point here in the World 600. Zeke Willis is your race leader, followed by Brandon Hawken, Blake Reynolds, Santiago Tires, and Sean Marcus. Is that his middle name? Marcus?
Just Mark.
Oh, Mark. Okay.
I was going to guess
Close.
Mets, but that works.
Sean Met Butler rounds out your top 5. And it's been a fun one so far. We have gone green.
Oh, we've got trouble on pit entry. 2 cars, Nick Miller and Adam Cabot have come together. Miller was trying to pit, hit the inside safer barrier, ricochet back to the outside wall. Cabot already called that he was pitting, and Cabot had nowhere to go and drop-kicked him on entry to pit road. Cabot's already been in 1 accident tonight in the caution much earlier on in the race. And now Nick Miller has a broken race car. He was also involved in that early crash. Here he comes. He gets loose, hits the inside wall, kicks him back to the outside wall, and nowhere for Cabot to go. Yep.
I mean, if you're Cabot, it's
what can you do?
It has not been his night. He's come off of turn 4, whether it's on the racetrack or in pit road, and there's just a race car sitting there waiting to greet him.
You gotta throw it back to the can-do attitude of Adam Cabot. He is absolutely going out there and just racing. He's 16 laps down, but he's going out there and having a good time. Got to be careful with that line. Ooh, but
he's good.
He was already 15 laps down. Now he'll be 16 down. I'm sure that that damage didn't help his race car at all, but he's definitely still just clicking off laps here. As I think, it is 31 cars are still out here on the racetrack.
Yeah, Nick Miller parked it there. He had a meatball flag and everything, so he was going to be a long sit for him.
22 cars on the lead lap, and as you mentioned, Blake, new leader at the helm, Zeke Willis, and it was on strategy 3 laps sooner than our former leader and Brandon Hawken. Willis pitted on 183, Hawken on 186, and right now Hawken is about, I'd say, 2.5-3 tenths faster. Was about 3.5 seconds back from that 07 machine, and now he has cut that to under a second. So it's just a matter of time before Willis relinquishes that lead spot. But hey, get some TV time as we're showing the Cassill machine down the back stretch, currently in 16th. Good to see a new livery or paint scheme, however you want to. We had a debate about that yesterday.
Come on now. I thought we went over this.
Airplanes are liveries. Indy cars are liveries. These are paint.
You can't say that word.
I don't know. People think the GT cars are liveries.
I mean, yeah.
I'm a paint scheme guy myself, but I'm also a contrarian, so maybe I'll start calling them liveries to upset everybody.
My goodness.
I bet you spell tires with a Y, don't you?
If I spell theater with an R-E instead of an E-R.
Yep. Color has a U in there.
Color.
Yeah.
We're going to look underneath the bonnet of the car.
No, it's still undercarriage.
If it's wrapped, it's a livery. If it's paint, it's a paint scheme. Agreed.
Okay, and then these
Color does not have a U, though. You're wrong on that fact. I'm sorry.
Okay, then the next gen cars do end up being liveries.
Yes, but these are not next gen cars, so.
No, you mentioned that Zeke was in the lead, and he did have that crazy pit entry, and I'm shocked that didn't lose him more time. He just was all over the place on that first green flag pit entry, and I thought for sure that would have been 1 or 2 spots, but clearly he's still in this like weird cycling lead.
You know, I bet there's already been about 4,000 green flag passes in this race.
Yeah.
Yeah. When are we putting the tweet out, Blake?
I don't know.
I think Sim Racer Hub does have like a metric for that. It tells you like quality passes and stuff, but I don't think it's for 15th. But man, gotta love the skewed stats of racing.
There were 308 passes for the lead this past weekend.
Yeah, I was there, and I can tell you,
among 4 drivers.
I watched a race that had half the lead changes on the day before, paid about a quarter of what I did for Sunday, and I'd say I got my money's worth for Saturday, and that had much less lead changes. But we'll let NASCAR continue to push the narrative that all this data is what we came to see.
We like what we're
Anyways,
seeing.
back up front, Brandon Hawken has caught the back of Zeke Willis, looking for the race lead.
He's bringing Blake Reynolds with him here, too. We saw Hawken pull away from Reynolds on that last green flag stint, on that last pit cycle.
Will's cut the wall.
Right rear grabbed the wall just a little bit.
You know, Derek Justice is still out in front of these leaders. It makes you wonder what could have been if it wasn't for that blend line violation that he erroneously received. He could be the leader right now. We could be having a completely different race if Derek Justice wouldn't have had to go down pit road one additional time.
But he's also made up a lot of time. I mean,
Yeah.
he is P21. He's the last car on the lead lap. So all he really needs is one caution, and it gets him at least back in the conversation. If we stay green the rest of the way, he's not going to have a shot unless he gets off cycle from the leaders. But as far as trying to win the race is concerned, it's still out there for Derek Justice to have an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Sean Butler right here, he's looking to go underneath the 24 machine of Tires. He's getting really close. Almost going to try and... I don't know how much aero can be used here, but definitely intimidation has got to be at play.
I think Blake noted about it. You know, dirty air is not necessarily a thing in this car, but, you know, the draft does play a factor a little bit. Just like the 87 car, and I think balance does change just a little bit when you're behind someone. So could be experiencing a little bit tighter car right behind Tires as just starts to pull up just a little bit. Should be able to at least get close enough to maybe poke that nose a little bit. Gonna stay behind for now.
Can you get that aero, like the front of his car, to create an aero bubble and make any sort of aero looseness for the rear end of Tires' machine?
Man, I wish.
Not with this car, not yet.
Okay, all right. I wasn't
One can
100%
hope.
sure.
Maybe someday.
There he goes.
Back from Tires, and there goes Sean. I think he had enough there and just wanted to let him go. Knew he was holding him up.
These guys are friends too. Definitely plays a factor. A little bit of give and take. You know, it's better to just get back in line instead of fighting for a position that, you know, at the end of the day really does not matter. The end goal is to win this thing. And if you're fighting for 10, 15 laps for 4th and 5th, you go from being 2.5, 3 seconds back to 4.5, 5 seconds back. Just not worth it right now. We've got 185 plus laps to go. Just under 185 to go.
Battle for the leads under 2/10 here. Hawken and Reynolds.
I really
Still
hate
about.
that Justice had that speeding penalty.
Yep.
Yeah,
Or
that,
the pit exit penalty, yeah.
I mean, he's back up to 21st. He's still on the lead lap. So if
For
a caution
now.
were to come out, he'd be the wave around, or actually, no, he wouldn't. He'd be on the tail end right now.
And if he gets lapped here, he'd be the free pass.
And Justice is in a similar spot that Willis is. Derek pitted on 182, so 4 laps before our leaders. And despite that, he's only been about 2/10 slower, and the tire wear is starting to equalize a little bit. But I think with that strategy, you know, I think he'll go a lap down here, and he'll hope that maybe pitting 4 or 5 laps sooner, get another maybe 5-6 second gap, and, you know, slowly chip away at this field. Hawken gets a really good run off the corner. I think this will be all she wrote for Justice for now, being on that lead lap, and we'll just have to see if Derek can rebound. Hopefully he gets a caution. I really do feel bad for him that happened.
Well, and Derek has lacked that speed really late in the run. After we get about 30 laps on the tires is when it seems that he's at his worst on the racetrack as far as car control and speed. He's strong early in the run, he's strong middle of the run, but once you get really, really late in a run on the tires before you come to pit road, that's where he was at his worst. That's where guys were catching him when he was in the lead. So I think this is about par for the course for car 31.
Also, I think he's kind of intentionally pushing early in the run. Like, he wants to just go ahead and be in front of the leader, and if he catches a caution, then great. He doesn't have to take the wave around. He doesn't have to take the lucky dog and start at the tail end. So I think he's been somewhat intentional about pitting just slightly before the leaders and hoping that on the next round or cycle that if a yellow were to come out, he could just catch it at the right time.
Off camera, Mitch Junowski had a little bit of a moment coming off of turn number 4, showing that the field's tires are starting to get a little bit hotter. Just keep that in mind. We saw Derek Justice, he seems to be falling back. He got loose off of turn number 4 as well last time by.
Here's battle. It's a Plesso lap car on the outside, but Overland and Lewandowski there. 9th and 10th.
I feel like Overland, he's made up a couple of spots through these few cycles that we've had, back into 9th.
He obviously has a lot of experience on the sim, was a Coke Series driver. I would say during an era when, you had a ton of power, when they ran the Gen 6, those cars had from as low as 550, but they had 900 plus horsepower. I think these guys are dealing with maybe around 750, 725, give or take. I've heard different numbers from different staff members, but he's got a lot of experience in this type of car, and up 11 spots right now, long way to go. But I think if you stay within that top 10 and you got about maybe 150, 200 miles left, you're right in the thick of it. Or pit stops.
Sir, folks at the back.
Grunowski, that you saw him coming down pit road, just mentioned he was having issues with his tires. He takes it into pit road to get 4 freshies.
And nothing yet from the leaders. And the leaders typically have been later as far as pitting, with the exception of Zeke Willis. He's about 41 laps since he came onto pit road, so I'm thinking maybe in a lap or two for him. Everybody else, though, they've probably got 4 or 5 laps until we see them make the call to come to pit road.
Lewandowski got a little bit loose. I was watching him there off of 2. Hawkins still your leader. It's amazing that we've had just shy of, about 175 laps or so on this green flag run, and yet, look at the separation between some of these guys. Half a second between Hawkins and Reynolds. Zeke Willis within about a second and a half of Reynolds. I knew this was a high-quality field, but it's amazing, with this added horsepower and everything, how close everybody is, and the fact that we've had this long of a run, and yet we still have 20 cars on the lead lap. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say. Oh, we still have 20 cars on the lead lap, but given everything we've had in the long green flag run we've had, that's quite impressive by the mid part and the tail end of this field to still have that pace to keep up here.
Speaking of pace, Larry Pace just ran his own personal best lap after exiting pit road last time by, 29.896, I think. Was that pole time?
Not sure. Derek Justice is flying onto pit road. Oh, man, he got very close to the pit wall as well. I thought he was going to catch the barrels that we saw a couple people drop kick yesterday in qualifying, but gets it down to pit road speed, and we'll get it back out there, get fresh tires on it, and hope there's a caution.
I spoke too soon. Pace just set the fastest lap of the entire race with an 8.20, so definitely faster than than qualifying speeds here.
About a second off.
Oh, is it a second off? Oh, you're right. I'm looking at the wrong number.
Psych. That's the wrong number.
But still the fastest lap of the race.
Well, still, regardless, last night we were in the low, I think it was 65-degree track, 65-degree ambient. We're in the mid-80s on the track temp, so running high 29 is still pretty stout. But going back to Derek, he's got to be real careful. He's, towing that line to being tail end of lead lap, first car 1 lap down. He gets another penalty. That could be all she wrote for David. We already talked about Schildhouse in a bad spot too. He's 2 laps down. 2 laps down is so much more difficult to overcome. You got to use things like wave arounds if that even applies. But got real lucky there. But he's taking that chance, making up maybe a second on pit entry, staying out 5 laps or pitting 5 laps sooner, make that gap up, and not have to worry about being lapped for another 35, 40 laps or so.
Saw Zeke Willis there on the pit lane. He, as per usual, makes the call a little early. And he'll get 4 tires, fuel, get that thing back out on the racetrack.
It's been working for him, that kind of short pit strategy.
I'll say it netted him. He ended up being 3rd by the end of his run, and he was running only about a 10th off. Frisch is in the middle of the track.
Caution!
That's Frisch.
That is definitely well deserved caution. I think someone could have nailed him.
That is huge, and he just lost it. Oh no, he didn't. I thought he lost it all by himself. He did not. Car that got into him. Take a look.
Justice.
I'll give you a hint. It's not Cozy. Fresh tires for Justice, trying to get laps back on the outside, and Frisch comes up into him and gets turned.
And that is
great job by everybody avoiding him.
Yeah, that's terrible for Justice. That is a massive mistake on his part, because it might hurt Frisch, but it hurts Justice more. He's 2 laps down currently.
Well, and there's nothing Justice could do there. Frisch said he didn't see him. He had no idea that 31 was in his mirror until obviously he got turned. So that's just unfortunate there for Derek Justice. And now pit stops for everybody else. With that 07 of Zeke Willis, he, I think, is going to be the first car a lap down and get back on the lead lap, which is huge for him since he's already made his stop.
Yeah, so we cut out a couple of cars onto the lead lap, showing 17 right now. There's going to be some cars that have to take the wave around.
Willis is the lucky dog. Free pass.
Yeah.
It's weird, Blake. I'm used to you calling this right here and having all the noises in your microphone of pit stops.
Yeah, well, there'd actually be air guns now, as Blake Reynolds looks like he takes the race lead off of pit road.
How about Cozy and Butler? Butler picked up 7 spots. Cozy picked up 7 spots there.
What in the world?
Well, you know what? Now that I think about it, they crossed the line out of order. That's why I'm all screwed up. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well, Butler cycled out to 3rd.
Told you, 3,000 green flag passes already in this race.
There you go.
Mark it.
I'll say he just made up 7 spots in about 15 seconds. How could you argue with that?
All right, so on lap 233, we are slowed by just our 2nd caution flag of the night. Blake Reynolds, your leader through our green flag cycle, as we continue to roll on in Gen 4 World 600 live on eRacer. All right, mics are hot. Cool.
Yeah, hi.
All right. Yeah,
And
hi.
welcome back.
Shout out to the Florida Panthers, 4-3 wins in overtime over the Boston Bruins. You love to see it.
The Fightins, the Phillies, they tried to kill me giving up 2 home runs back-to-back, a grand slam and then a solo shot, but they won somehow.
Jack Temp.
Yeah, it's gone down. What, it was about
Yeah.
95 to start the race.
Yep.
And now it's down to 82, 73 ambient temperature here. I did put in some more variants here in this server, and yet there is way less variance in the weather than whatever the last event we did at the Bull Ring.
Hey, real quick,
Yeah.
Blake, Thomas Lewowski got a lane choice violation and got an EOL penalty.
Gonna go from
Yeah, that's something that
7th.
we didn't get to talk about, the fact that we are doing a choose zone, which is just the apron line going into turn number 1. Obviously, that didn't exist in the mid-2000s, but we're doing it here. We've only had to use it one other time so far.
Let's say Lewandowski does not have the experience that some of us do at dealing with that, so he has lived and learned that. Going to go from 7th to 19th with about 10 to 15 lap cars in front of him. We're green flag, and Blake Reynolds has taken the lead from Hawken.
That he has. Butler to second, Hawken to third. Tires has just been hanging around the top 5 and 4th. Cozy and Frisch kind of run in the middle right now. A couple of cars that are stuck on the outside line. I think now that everybody's forced to run too wide for a little bit, we'll really see if the high side has anything left, or if it's just if it's really just a bottom lane racetrack right now.
Well, the way it looks, I'd say it's a bottom lane racetrack right now. Cozy's trying up on the outside, but he's just got a conga line of cars down underneath him. You're right on board out the window net.
He's certainly fighting real hard on that top lane. We'll see if it ends up being a short-term gain and a long-term loss for that 99 Logitech Chevy. Got Jacob Potak underneath him in that Carl Long Chevrolet, or sorry, the Dodge. And Potak's got a run right now on Tires. He's looking low. That'll be for 4th. How do we say
Zach
that?
Willis.
Second line's a little
I
sporty.
mean, he about killed Garrett Smithley in the mid-pack. He's trying to claw his way through the front. Remember, he was the free pass at the caution flag, and he's been one of the fastest cars today, especially on the short run. He sent it in 3 wide, and Garrett said, I don't like this, and he backed out in the middle, and there was almost contact. If he wouldn't have
Pass for
backed
the
out,
lead.
they would have been in the wall.
John Butler just makes this pass around Blake Reynolds. Sorry, Jacob. That was a really quick turn of events. Sean was able to just get a better run off of turn number 2 and get a better entry into turn number 3 and just went right past Blake Reynolds.
And I
What a
tell you
drive.
what, Reynolds has not really contested or defended the lead too much. He's just kind of let everybody go on by, and he hopes to run them down in the long run. But right now, Sean Butler up from 21st starting position, and he is yet another leader that we've had up front here in the World 600 on lap 240, 160 to go. And, you know, when you talk about how long these drivers have been able to go on fuel, well, this is an interesting scenario as we go back to green here with, I don't know, they pit on 232, which would be 168, 169 laps to go. And, I mean, that's going to be right on the fuel window if they're going to split this up into 3 stops, 4 separate runs. That's going to be kind of right around where that fuel window's been all night.
And he came into the Twitch chat during the caution, Sean Butler did, and just said, "My arms are tired."
You should come with me to the gym.
Wow. Way to
Thanks,
call him
Kevin.
out.
I mean, it's tomorrow upper body.
Tomorrow is leg day.
Oh, you never
There you
skip
go.
leg day.
Never skip leg day. Today was shoulders and yoga. Grace is now getting me to get into yoga. It's very valuable.
Now, Kevin, do you have any sleeves?
I am wearing sleeves. I'm sporting begrudgingly a Tua Tagovailoa shirt.
What
We'll
is it,
see if-
60 degrees in Florida? You're wearing sleeves?
Something must be up.
I was gonna say, is it snowing yet?
I wore sleeves all throughout the weekend at Talladega as well. Maybe I'm just maturing. Anyway, Sean, I'll say this about Sean. He obviously has made his way through the field, but if he ends up taking the lead like he does, he normally does not like relinquishing it. And he's really good controlling the pace of a field. He might never be, he's obviously got Coke drivers to deal with in this field. You got Blake Reynolds, Michael Cozy, Chris Overland, Frisch also up there in terms of speed, Guerrilla. But he is so consistent, especially once he takes that top spot. He's going to be really tough to pass from here on out.
Just remember what happened the last time he was leading in a 600-mile race.
Oh, no, don't bring it up.
You had to say it.
You knew somebody was, right? Would you rather me do it now or wait till the last lap?
Hopefully there's not a 68 car right behind him.
Yeah, really.
We're hearing word that the World 300 just finished up.
Come on.
All right.
We'll get some results from that one here shortly.
Justin was saying earlier it might have been a fuel mileage race, but that was about an hour ago, so anything could happen in between.
They made it longer without a caution than we did.
Good for them. Yeah. We talked about the second lane not working, and someone that is making it work right now is Chris Overland and David Schildhaus. David Schildhaus is trying to pass as many cars as he can, and he may be trying to earn a lap back the hard way. Right now, passing Blake fifth in terms of where his position is on track, but David is about 4 cars away from getting to Sean and potentially going from 2 to 1 down the old-fashioned way in that Carhartt number 20. Long way to go, though, to get up there. It's easier said than done, especially wearing the tires like he is.
Yep. Hearing that Philip McCandless won the World 300.
Unbelievable.
Must have been a last corner wreck.
I was about to say, how many cars crashed on the last lap for that to happen?
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Overland to the inside for third on Cozy.
I'm wondering when people are just going to realize it's all rigged. Like, he won his heat in the Rockingham race. He won Michigan on like a 10-car pileup at the end, and then he wins the throw. I'm wondering when people are just going to catch on to the fact that it's just rigged.
Well, I mean, at Rockingham, he wrecked the 2 guys in front of him to win.
Yeah, it was rigged.
Sometimes
really
you got to force the rig.
Really good writing.
Yeah.
He liked the script when I gave it to him, especially for Michigan.
Well, hopefully Sean likes the current act of this script right now. About a second lead, about half second over Santee.
Don't turn the page, Sean.
Wants it to be surprised like the rest of us.
Yeah.
All right, we got the results, the full line of results here. Yep, Philip won it by 1/10 of a second over Alexander Russell.
Oh wow,
Russell was quick too. I mean, we saw in his qualifying run. He if he did not make the mistake he did, he probably would have been in this field that we're watching right now. So it does not surprise me. Holy cow! David Schildhaus already paying for that big push on those tires, nearly wrecked in front of the field. Would not have been the caution he wanted.
I mean, Schildhaus had to do it. He has to get back to 1 down somehow.
Right.
Derek
and this
Justice
isn't
also back to 1 down.
Considering whether to do single file restarts for this race, single file lap cars on the inside, because I mean that was a majority of this Gen 4 era, and I'm sure Schildhaus wishes we had gone with that instead of the choose cone.
It was, if memory serves me correct, it was all of it. They didn't introduce the permanent double file restart that we're familiar with until 2008 or 2009. I knew it was with the wing, and he just got the wall.
It was at we're going there in the real life. It was the first race at Dover after the 600. They ran.
Was Dover the first race that had the Lucky Dog too?
I think so.
Wow, historic racetrack, Dover Motor Speedway.
Ugh.
I'm still trying to get used to saying. I almost said it earlier with Parker. I almost said Dover International, and I was like, oh yeah, right.
A couple of other things from the 300. Chris Treffa, Cole Freilich led 48 laps. Both
he has hit the wall off for every lap now since he started to fall back now. I think those tires are, like we said, those tires are done. They, he's hanging on.
Thank you, Wyatt, for letting us know that FTF is also at Dover. And need to also remind the field that if Wyatt's in that race to watch out in turn 2, lap 2.
Oh, no.
Oliver, remember what happened then. Back at the front, things have shaken up quite a bit. I think these guys realize that saving is not necessarily the move. Overland has made his way up into that second spot, and he is sporting that high line, especially in 1 and 2. Jacob Potak has made his way up to 3rd. Reynolds back into 4th. Brandon Hawken all the way back now to 7th. As soon as I say that, he's looking low. Trying to get back into that top 5.
By the way, I just want to talk about this. Remember Derek Justice? He's still only 1 lap down. He's about 1.5 seconds behind the guy that gets the lucky dog, which is Dylan Roberts right now.
Yeah.
So if he can get to Dylan Roberts, who's in the 31, and then a caution were to come out, Derek Justice will get back onto the lead lap.
I think he ended up having to take the wave around. I believe he was 2 down when the caution came out.
Yeah, that sounds
Had
right.
about 4 or 5 laps on those tires. Obviously, was the cause of the caution did not play into his favor. And not only did he lose that opportunity to get back on the lead lap, he is even further back in terms of his track position. Before, was kind of teetering between being the tail end and 1 lap down. He is about, I'd say, 6-7 seconds behind our leader in Sean Butler. So that ladder just a little bit taller for Derek to climb, and the laps are winding down under 150 now to go.
Cozy a little bit sideways. Want to give a call to some drivers in the field. Brandon Wilkinson right now running in the 13th position. You see Reynolds makes his way by for 3rd. It's good to see Wilkinson. He was a kind of a late add to this field, but he's kind of been just minding his P's and Q's, biding his time, running right now in 13th. And I know we talked about him earlier, but how about Garrett Smithley right behind him in 14th? Has not run this car on iRacing at all, and yet put in some practice earlier today. And you know what? Old Garrett's doing a pretty solid job in that number 4 car. Heck, he about won at Talladega this past weekend.
Yeah, I believe he was, in the top 5 going into turn 1 on the final lap?
He was in the top 5 in the tri-oval, wasn't he? Close to it?
Close to it. Didn't have the same horsepower he needed to stay up close behind that 48 machine. Started to drift back and unfortunately got caught up in someone else's mess.
I think Smithley, doing the math, is the hardest charger. He's up 27 spots, all the way back from 41st starting position.
Well, again, I put him in last because he was a provisional, so or he was going to be in the back, and then I think Nick Miller connected late, and yeah, he was the last one to connect. So,
and you got to remember, Smithley started from the pit lane because he missed the start with Frisch and Schildhaus, so he really did start behind everybody.
How about Frisch? He's 8th place after that spin.
He didn't hit anything,
well, he only
should
lost.
be 100%.
Frisch knew how to spin, too. I'll tell you what. I know I didn't really say it when the replay happened, and I don't want to make it sound like, oh, he spun on purpose. But he definitely knew how to make that car spin out on the racetrack.
Because of how spread out they were, he only lost 1 spot. He lost the spot to Cozy, and that was it. He didn't lose any other spots, so he just got right back in line and got to come to pit road, get some 4 tires, and get rolling. So he did not lose much at all from spinning right there.
I'll also back Easterday's decision. If I were race control and I saw a car in the middle of the track like that, especially how narrow the backstretch is here, I'd throw it. So.
Oh yeah, 100%. That was a caution.
That was 1,000% caution.
Yeah.
Worthy.
I don't
placing
know.
his car in that position,
definitely didn't hurt Frisch.
Yeah. And I'm not, and I would have done the exact same thing. Like I'm just straight up. Like I would have done the exact same thing too.
I don't think that was a contentious call whatsoever. I think that was exactly the right call.
Denny Hamlin was just fine for that quote. Like,
guys,
Cut up for the lead.
Yeah.
Here comes Overland around the outside looking for Sean, and Jacob Potak again. He's going to look for second. Whoa, really loose off 2 is Overland.
Never thought I would
Overland
say 2 Dodges and a Pontiac fighting for the lead.
Interesting. Overland going really high here to have a nice corner exit. Not going to be able to do anything with it, though. He's just not able to get that grip off the corner exit.
Nearly tagged the wall. He had to back out of it. Potak to second. He's got to run on Butler. Meanwhile, Blake Reynolds is looking on. You have to imagine that 66 car is going to have something to say here soon. So things are heating up here at the front of the field with... Oh, we're inside of 140 to go. It's usually the last 100 laps.
Oh, Butler got loose. Butler got loose off the floor. Here comes Potak. Jacob Potak. Where did he come from?
Here comes Carl Long for the lead, and he has it into turn 1.
What a world that would be, huh?
Someone is angry in NASCAR headquarters right now.
Just don't flip. Don't do a flip. Whatever you do.
Hopefully that engine's legal on that 46.
Oh.
At the line, Jacob Potak, new leader here at the helm. Sean Butler, though, him and Overland pushed it pretty hard on this run. And what's the fuel mileage situation, Blake? Like 45, 46 laps on fuel?
My caps right now has 43.5.
Okay.
They've kind of been pretty consistent with that. So they should be good on 3 stops here of 4 different runs. As Reynolds caught the apron. He was really loose. He had to throw a block,
big block
for 5th, and Hawkins going to try to take that run to the outside potentially.
So about 12 to 13 laps or so from green flag pit stop. So I'd say you're right that, pushing it and not really saving, it seems to be worth it, at least up here at the front. We saw Zeke Willis do that. By the way, he has had a great recovery. He's in 12th, but only 2.5 seconds back from the lead. So do not count out that 07 DirecTV Chevrolet, despite having to take the lucky dog being off cycle with pit road. But a lot of different leaders now up front. We've seen Hawken, I'd say, dominate this race so far with Reynolds. But now they're 4th and 5th. They're chasing.
Again, as much as we've heard, you have to save your tires, or you can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, this is kind of showing the opposite, where there is a degree to which you can push it too far.
Sean got the wall.
Gets the wall off of
Hang
4.
on to it. Oh.
He hung on to it, but this is going to allow Chris Overland to have a big run into turn 1. Butler shuts the door. It definitely cost him some time.
And we're about, in the final 10 laps of the run. I wonder if maybe Sean used those tires a little too much in the first 25 laps. That's what allowed the 46 to get to him. And now that's what's causing that car to overstep coming off turn 4.
Larry Pace is going to pit this time.
That
Reynolds
really
is
stacked the
back
field
there
up
throwing
too.
some blocks on Brandon Hawken. My goodness.
Yeah.
And can tell he had to miss Pace. Pace posted in the chat that he was going to pit, and he almost hit Pace there. And it cost him a little bit of time.
Catel's had a rough go of it. He's staying out late on those green flag runs, on those pit runs, and it's just all gone away from him for that 80 machine. He's sitting in 19th. He's the last car on the lead lap. He is well behind the race leaders, 11 seconds back.
Extracurricular activity in the chat right now. Cannot say what these guys are saying, but regardless, Butler's recovered. I'd say he kind of scraped the wall out of 4. Didn't really hurt the car that much. The mold is pretty much where it needs to be. He is still fighting those tires, though. The last time by, he ran the same lap as our leader, so I'd say he's
Overland's
fine.
going to pit.
Yep, here we go.
Fuel mileage isn't that good in that Pontiac.
Now the problem is, so Overland's going to short pit here a little bit, but that may set him up poorly to make it on 3 stops to the end.
Yeah,
He may
he's
gain
going to
some
be
time here in
joined.
the short run. But
Oh, he almost. He got really
Justice is going to join him, and that was close for Justice. Remember, he is a lap down still. But he makes the call, and he'll join up with Chris Overland to pit here under green.
I also think the fuel mileage is getting worse, too, when you think about it. The track's cooling off. The laps that I ran earlier were in practice when it was probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the sim or so. So I'm probably showing a little bit more fuel mileage now that we continue to cool down, more grip, in the throttle longer. Fuel mileage is probably getting worse as we continue to roll.
Overland off and away, and got to be real careful with this pit exit. And he's straddling the banking. Oh, he clipped it. He clipped it. Got to be careful.
No black
No
flag
penalty.
yet.
No penalty yet for Overland. You normally get it by turn 3. I think he's all right.
Yeah, he's good.
Oof. Can't believe we're worried about that.
Pit exit, man. It's a dangerous place. It's gotten 2 guys already. How about we get some suspension cam action on Michael P. Frisch here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Trying to battle Guerrilla. There you go.
Look at
Look
that.
at
Giving away all his
the
secrets.
detail. The detail.
What spring you think he's running right there?
Hopefully this is a front tire. All that movement. Got Monster Jam suspension going on.
Good stuff.
Man.
Now we're on board
Jacob.
with Sean here.
Wow, look at that. I'm blown away how far ahead Jacob has gotten in such a short time.
And he pushed it.
I think- Yeah, I think he just saved his stuff for now, for late in the run.
Yeah.
As
Whoa, Brandon Hawk!
Oh, no! Hang on to it! Hang on to it! Caution's
Caution
out!
is out. Caution is out. Wow.
I think that's a
Safety.
panic and hit the button call there, yeah. But Hawken has a meatball flag.
I mean-
that is, NASCAR has thrown cautions for less.
This
Well,
is true.
When you see
Man,
the
that's-
replay,
that is definitely-
car should have been much worse. That should have been a full-blown wreck.
I would
And
definitely
Reynolds is pointing
constitute
the
that
outside
as.
wall here.
And there was contact. It's not like it was netcode or something. Reynolds just came down and got into him.
I would also say we have had similar cautions thrown for, I would say, safety. Blake Reynolds
Yeah.
was about 5 feet away from making that wreck at about 15 cars.
He just tried to get in line, side draft him, and got too close. Turned him.
2 of our heavy hitters with a lot of damage. As you mentioned, Hawken has a meatball. That could be the end of the race for the 99.
Yeah,
Those were our 2
Reynolds is-
fastest cars on the long run. The 66 and the
Reynolds is
99.
Blake looks okay.
Yeah, Reynolds
Yeah.
is going to be fine.
And that's going to save everybody here, except for, once again, Derek Justice gets screwed. He's
Chris
now back
Overland
to
had
2
just
laps
pit
down.
Too. Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
Overland.
and
He's going to have to take the
Overland-
wave around.
He's going to have to take the wave. Timu Toika's the free pass here, and he just stopped before the caution came out. He had just come off pit road.
So is Toyka the leader then?
No,
it might
he
be
is-
because Dylan Roberts got the wave. He got the lucky
Oh.
dog. They're counting Dylan
Yeah.
as the lucky dog in the game.
So then Timu is the leader with Overland and Plessel.
No, I think he is
No.
tail end. He's a minute 5 seconds behind. I think the game.
Yeah.
If you're on the pits, I don't think you are eligible, and this is kind of why we do it manually. Personally, I think that's the way you could. It just kind of fixes this issue. But
Yeah.
I think you're ineligible if you're on the pits, and I think he was on
So-
the pits when the caution came out.
Right. Well, that would make sense because his stint said 0, which means he had just come off pit road before crossing the start-finish line. So these guys then are tail end of the lead lap. Toika, Overland, Plessel, and Jeremy Little. Now, Plessel has yet to stop. The other 3 have, so they'll wave around the pace car, depending on what Plessel wants to do here because, I mean, he can not pit, but he's also going to run out of gas if he stays out any longer.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you've stayed out for 40-something laps, like if you're David Schildhouse here, do you take the wave around and hope for an immediate caution, or do you pit?
He is not.
Schildhouse is going to pit because he can't go any more laps on fuel.
Right.
He's not taking the Landon Cassill approach of always take the wave around.
It works. Naraki does it for a reason. It works. Cautions breed cautions, and the delta here is about 40 seconds, so you would lose that lap anyway, and on top of that, you probably would have a couple laps better tires, so you might as well give it a shot.
So Hawken is back on the racetrack. He is on the lead lap. He just left pit road to stay on the lead lap, so that meatball flag wasn't too severe, but he still got a lot of damage to the right side of that race car, both right front and right rear. The whole side is damaged. You got fender damage on the right front, corner panel damage on the right rear.
I just cannot believe Derek Justice's luck. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. It has been nonstop. The single worst timing for any driver I think I have ever seen, especially for a pole sitter. That's just, ugh.
Well, I remember talking to, somebody else who knows a thing or two about bad luck here recently, Landon Huffman, after the Rockingham 508. And with these long races, the one thing he loved about it is says it takes so much to have to win that everything has to align. Strategy has to align. You have to execute. You have to have speed. You have to be able to maintain during some difficult portions of the race. You have to be able to do this and that and handle so many situations that, again, these guys just simply aren't used to at this point. But we talked about earlier, there was a World 300 that ran. Philip McCandless won it. And let's get a quick word with your winner of the World 300 and Philip McCandless. So, Philip, how'd it go?
Hey, the race was a ton of fun. Me and Alexander Russell, we had a pretty good battle to the end. Tried a couple of times to do the classic McCandless thing, win it by fuel strategy and things like that, but we were able to kind of race it out to the end. But I just want to say thanks to everybody because it was a super clean race. Wish I would have been running tonight. Had some work situations come up yesterday and stayed a little bit late, didn't really get to practice a whole lot. So, I remember y'all commenting on the broadcast that I had hit the brake, and that was a shocking thing. I thought you were supposed to trail brake. So, wish we would have been racing tonight, but still had a ton of fun in the 300.
Trail braking at Charlotte?
I guess so.
All right. Yeah. I can't really question too much tonight. You won the 300, but it sounds like it was a really good race, really clean. We've had the same thing here. This is our third caution on lap 278.
Yeah, I think we had 3 or 4, but again, for the most part, it was really, really clean, really green, and just kind of says about the events that you put on. It seems to kind of fit that mold. So if anybody out there in the chat has not run one of these races yet, get into it. It is the best racing on iRacing.
Next up, Rockingham 508, late May. We'll put out signups for that within the next few days. As the green flag is out here at Charlotte, Jacob Hotak in control of the field. He's going to be able to clear himself into the race.
Black flag. Blake Reynolds. It got cleared. I don't know how he got a black flag because the restart zone is not turned on.
Well, that could have been
that's a new one.
He probably passed somebody low.
Passing.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
The lane choice, yeah.
That'll do it.
Which Reynolds, he took some time to repair some damage because he's back in 13th now.
Yep.
I was going to say that Hotak made a mistake. He actually seemed to want the inside lane on that choose, but kind of forgot to choose, and by the time he got around to thinking about it, he was way past the choose zone.
Well, it didn't seem to hurt him too much. Still has the lead. Cozy's clear for second. How about Cameron Rich up here at number 17 in the 4th spot? He's just been hanging around. We haven't talked about him a whole lot tonight, but finds himself in great position to be able to pounce on this. The driver to Yorktown, Virginia.
You got Lucas Hoitzma there as well. He's in 7th. We last saw him. Last I remember seeing him, he brushed the wall within the first 50 laps. That's it. That's all I've seen of that 97 today, and here he is when it matters.
A couple drivers took the wave, as we mentioned. Derek Justice having to do that to get back to 1 lap down. Chris Overland and Timu Toika. Timu was very upset about not getting the lucky dog. But good news is he was 17th before the pits. Oh, Reynolds, I think he might have just clipped the outside wall out of turn 4. Got real close to it, right in front of Cosman and Cattell. Really close situation there. Dylan Roberts sporting that high line right now. That'll be for 14th.
And Cattell is flying. He is trying to get up to the front. I think he is mad about the cautions, about his strategy not working. We saw him do this on that last green flag run where early on he was just sending it down to the bottom of the racetrack, and I think he wants that 84 out of his way. He knows he's faster, and here he goes now to the inside.
He's going to be able to do it again, mind you, with all these drivers.
Oh, we got trouble. Larry Pace saved it.
Wow, that was incredible.
Jeremy Little in it as well, had to really check up for it.
Well,
Pace was not the only
went down
car
to the
involved.
apron.
Yeah. Oh, Justice. It was Justice that got hooked by Jeremy Little into the outside wall.
And,
oh my God.
I wouldn't
Holy
say that he got hooked. I think Little was kind of was on the outside, and I think Justice thought he was going to arc it into the. Well, I don't know. That's
Yeah.
one's coming up, one's coming down. I think right there. But yeah, Justice into the wall. Pace went to the apron
we'll need to
to
replay
miss them. We stay under green.
I don't know for
Here
how
we go.
long. We have a
take a look.
hornet's nest.
This is hard.
So here's what happened.
contact.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
You know what it was? He had no idea. He thought Little was going to be up by the wall, and he wasn't. If you watch that, you see he's got about like half a lane between himself and the outside wall. He just never comes back up the racetrack. Little starts turning in the corner way too early, and Justice has no idea and just gets hooked.
I think Cattell's in the wall. Cattell just hit the wall out of turn 2.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
Lost a
Lost a
ton
lot of
of
time.
ground. Aaron
He
Smith
got
gets
stuck
by.
in
Garrett
it.
Smithley gets by. Schildhaus, who is trying this strategy of just running as hard as he can to get back one lap down.
Yeah.
No, don't know if that'll work. How about Garrett Smithley? He's now made his way up to 11th. Up 30 spots for that number 4.
Tell you, he's been biding his time. And again, I love the differing agendas we have, and the fact that lap 277 is when these drivers would have last pit. That'd be 123.
Math?
Yeah, 100.
Yeah.
Brain for a second. 124 laps to go. Again, we talk about that fuel window. If it's right on, 41-ish laps, that it might be later on here. Now that the track's cooled off and we're running some faster speeds around this racetrack, that is, that's going to be close.
Track temperature's only down 3 degrees since we last saw it, so it's continuing to pick up grip. And as the sun continues to set beyond the horizon, it'll get a little bit colder and a little bit grippier.
Well, and you don't have sun on any part of this racetrack anymore. It's all shade.
No.
So, I mean, the track is only going to get cooler as the air temp gets cooler now. The sun's not cooking the racetrack like it was 70, 80 laps ago, even at the beginning of the race.
It's 8:13 in the sim, and this is going to be the earliest finishing World 600 I've probably ever seen. Which, granted, I mean we've only had 3 cautions, so we're slated to finish this in about 3 hours and 45 minutes at this pace, which is less than an hour.
And I just want to close out one last thing. Derek Justice had that hard contact, but shockingly did not receive any level of a meatball, so got away with one right there.
Look at Willis ripping the fence. He makes it work.
He's still trying to recover from that lucky dog that he received last caution, one caution before. He's made his way back into the top 10, and we went back to green, Blake, with 120 to go on the dot. Probably burn about a lap or so under caution, so I'd say the magic number for these guys is going to be around 40 laps. And the lights are on.
Yep, the lights are on.
I hope so. Somebody's got to turn them on.
Mind you, the in-sim time for qualifying last night was 8:45, so we'll just clear that by the time we get to the finish of this thing. By the way, and in sticking with the era that these Gen 4 cars race in, 1 attempt at a green-white checkered.
If we need it.
If we need it. Travis Brown, what's on your mind?
Hey,
Keeping about
How are you
hay.
doing tonight, sir?
doing great.
What are you doing?
I'm watching the World 600.
Yeah.
What do you think about it so far?
I think this has been one heck of a race.
Think you're gonna try next one next year?
Yeah, I was gonna try this one, but my schedule just didn't align.
Really hate to hear about that.
Yeah.
He was running a card at Millbridge last night.
Yeah, we made it 25 feet.
I was going to say 10 feet.
Nah, we made it 25. It's good. They knew we were there.
There you go.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind, Blake?
Who's going to win this race? It could be, Jacob Potak has been mighty impressive this last little run. Cameron Rich is in third. He's kind of running down Cozy right now as Cameron Rich.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think that. Oh, goodness, that high
he's in the
side
wall.
is
Oh, Cattell.
not working
Okay.
for Cattell.
Yep, he just hit it again.
Again.
His tires are shot. He
Done
just
for.
driving it way too hard.
It's over.
In the immortal words of Travis Brown, he's falling like a brick in a 2-foot creek.
That was not my words. Those
That
are
is,
Brian Hicks. Those are Brian Hicks.
Falsely attributed to Travis
Yeah.
Brown.
It was Brian Hicks.
Well,
Said a
feel like
lot of
the-
things in my day, but that was not one of them.
I feel like this is like the Napa commercial with Michael Waltrip and Dale Jr., where Dale looks at the camera and is like, I'm not taking credit for that.
Blake Reynolds passing Garrett Smithley for 11th, so Blake has gotten at least some of that damage fixed from the incident with Hawken.
I got
Trying
a
to make his way back in
storyline.
the top 10.
I got a storyline.
What you got?
Got that Ford machine back there, P12.
Having a good race.
Okay?
I left my wallet at his house, so he made a trip to the post office today to mail it to me.
Wow.
What a guy.
When are you going to get it?
Friday at noon. I could have had it tomorrow, but it was going to set us back $76, and we figured I don't need a license tomorrow. I mean, my truck drives the same without it.
Jeez.
We
Can't
do
wait
not
to hear that.
condone driving without a license here on E-Racer. Just need to clarify that.
It's
Can't wait to
valid.
hear that
It's just
story.
not in my possession.
Sir, do you got your license and registration? I will in 48 hours.
No.
I will tomorrow. Will you see me then?
It's a good omen. Smithley hit the wall off of turn 4 that last lap. Is now Frisch has passed Sean Butler, so Frisch is up into 4th. He's kind of sliding off the corner right there as well. Michael Guerrilli has just been kind of hanging around the top 5 or 7, I feel like, pretty much all night.
And he's running the same laps as our leader in Potak. 278 for Guerrilla, 272 for Potak.
Fresh that last time by, he ran the fastest lap out of anybody.
Mm-hmm.
31.201, so he's running faster than your leader right now.
He knows a thing or two about winning 600 milers here.
Yes, sir.
He does.
3/4 of the mile done.
This is the time to get it done. 100 to go.
I'm just blown away by the speed in this 46 machine. He just seems to be hooked up. As soon as the sun went down, 46 floated to the top, and he's been almost untouchable thus far.
Hope he's got $250,000. And need it after he gets fined for that engine.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a low blow, Kevin.
I didn't.
Oh, Cozy got the wall.
Cozy's in the wall.
Oh my
Just
God.
touched it. Got the right rear in it and brought the whole rest of the car along with, but he's driving good.
I don't
And
know
Sean
why.
did the same thing. Butler hit the wall also.
Travis said that like it was someone else's fault.
But I had money on it. I have money on Cozy. I'm joking. I don't have money on this race.
You don't have your wallet.
That's right. I got up to the pay window and I looked like a complete idiot.
So Cozy in second. He's rebounded since hitting the wall. Rich in third. Frisch. and Butler complete your top 5. Smithley's falling back to 13th. Hoytsman's in 7th. I'm just kind of going all over the place here looking at cars. By the way, Brandon Hawken mentioned he was a favorite earlier. He was leading. He currently runs in 20th. Don't think he got a lot of that damage fixed in his efforts to try and stay on the lead lap. He's 14 seconds behind your race leader, and I think he's just trying to get a caution here to fix the rest of that car. But unfortunately for Hawken, one of your favorites, doesn't look like his night's going to end with a victory.
Tell you what, Blake Reynolds is not done with this race. 97 to go. Made his way up now into 9th. Last lap was a 31.499, passing somebody. Only 300ths off our leaders. About 3.5 seconds back. Do not count out that number 66 for the rest of this race.
What kind of speed are they carrying off into the corners here?
Let's see if I'm following Brandon Cattell into turn 1. He's about at, well, everybody else is about at 190. He's about 187 because I think he's trying to save a little bit of fuel here.
Really?
He is
Yeah,
all
about
over.
He topped off too. He stopped an extra lap.
Pretty good range of speed.
This guy's got gonna be an entertaining car to watch. He's been all over corner exit here off of turn number 4. He's crossed into the grass about the last 3 to 4 laps, probably 2 times in that last 3 to 4 laps. So,
About the battle for 3rd place. Cameron Rich has fallen off a little bit, and he about wrecked it coming off turn 2. Here comes Michael P. Frisch.
Seems like in all of these events, it's always the last half of the race that Frisch makes his presence felt.
Yep. Well, I mean, that spin was past halfway, right?
yeah.
It was.
I feel like that wasn't really of his
Reminded everyone
volition.
he existed.
Right, but I mean, we didn't talk about it much till that point. Then we really started talking about him.
He puts himself in this spot. I don't know why. He starts in the pits every single race he does. I guess make it even
I
more
think-
difficult on himself.
I think this one was on accident. Didn't he do this at? He did this recently at another race where he started from the pits accidentally, like he went.
Oh,
John!
Butler! Clip
You don't
that
wanna
apron
touch
a
the
little
apron.
bit.
He was trying to get a good corner exit off of Cameron Rich to try and, I think, take it to the inside into turn number 1 here. Unfortunately, made it a little bit too quickly and caught that front valence.
Comes Casey Mears. Michael Grillia up into the top 5.
Can we get some fuel mileage for that 25 car?
It might end up being that way.
2007. Kyle Petty going to get a top 5 finish?
Oh, Rich just did the
Rich!
same thing as Sean Butler did in 4.
Oh, and he
Another spot for Grillia. Up to 4.
Oh, and he's going to lose 2 there.
Yeah, at least.
Here comes Blake Reynolds. He's now made his way up to 7th, looking for 6th. What a comeback for Reynolds.
And he's still flying.
He's
2 tenths faster
faster
than your race leaders.
Yeah, he's faster than Potak right now. 77 for Potak. Reynolds obviously in traffic now, but he ran a 59 last time by.
I don't know what Cattell said.
man.
Something broadcast. I think he's having not fun right now. Back there
Oh,
in
Butler's in the
Oh.
1 and 2, and he's
Oh,
stuck
no!
in it. He's going to lose several positions.
It's going to lose all the way back to Lewandowski here.
Yeah, he's fallen outside the top 10.
I think he ends up just barely staying in 10th.
Chris Overland's going to pit this time. Remember,
That
he took
is-
the wave around.
Yep, that is way too early. 43 laps is the window.
Oh, he's really quick.
Jeez.
He's really
good.
quick.
He's going to have
Got
to
it
go
down in time,
45 and 45. So I think we're going to see some fuel saving coming out of that 47 the rest of the race.
Do you really think we're going to go the rest of this race caution free? Because I wouldn't bet on it.
I think Cattell said he's going to come down pit road as well.
I think if
The-
you're Chris,
the
you
track
want
is-
the race to go caution free for the next 5 minutes.
How
The
are these
caution-
cars
or the,
trending? Are they tight? Are they loose?
It
Early
looks
on
like
it
they're
was
getting looser,
tight.
but
Here's Cattell.
Surprised Cattell's pitting. He topped off at 279.
it's probably for tires. Because I mean, he's been on an ice skating rink the last 10 laps.
Again, like you said, he's going to have to go 45 laps each of these last couple of runs. Do something to shake up the strategy.
Now, they do have a lot of tires in the pits, but, I mean, if you try and cut that last one in half and do 20 and 20, you're just going to lose a ton of track position if nobody else does it with you.
They started with 14 sets on pit road, which is, we're not even close to using that many sets, so they have plenty left to the end.
Yeah, most of the leaders, they'll use their 7th set here on this round of stops.
Patel's been down pit road 9 times, so he's got a little bit less if he took tires every time he went down.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least one of those is for fuel only there. Oh, Corellia got the wall off 4. That's going to give Reynolds P4.
Blake Reynolds, 2.5 seconds back in 4th. We were just talking about how he was fixing damage. Started near the tail end of the lead lap on this run. And this field is starting to kind of accordion back. Hotak still has a lead of about 1 second over Cozy. But guys like Lewandowski, Wilkinson, Roberts, all running very similar laps to our leader.
Oh, Cozy into the wall.
Cozy also just cut the wall.
I think Reynolds may have scraped it as well. Everybody's hitting the wall off of 4.
Lost a ton of time down the front straightaway there. I mean, Frisch was a good ways back, and he just blows right by him.
It's a push loose, going back and looking at some of these cars that are hitting the wall off of 4. I know that's a weird way to describe it, but they're just kind of getting a little bit sideways, and it almost just kind of pushes up into the wall after that. It's not just that, they have no front grip and it just plows into the wall. They're kind of skating up all the way up there.
There's a bump in 3 and 4, especially on this 2018 version that's kind of revealed itself over the years. That they might be hitting that, and that might be unsettling the rear end of the car. And Cozy again, really skittish off the corner.
Well, we're about that window here, guys. Next 5 laps, we're going to start seeing guys pit.
Yeah, if you want to break this down, like I mentioned, they went back to green on 280. So you want to go maybe 41 this time and then 40 and 40 for the final 2 cycles. Gosh, these guys are getting so close to the wall, especially on entry and exit. Getting pretty close.
Like as the sun goes down, it's getting more difficult to drive these cars. As you see Dranowski right there into the pits. Toyka's really slow. Something happened to him.
Well, I think he was trying to get out of the way there of Overland, who's back out there on fresh tires.
Oh,
I think that was the
Frisch.
deal there.
Big time loose for Frisch. He saved it.
What a great race, though. 3 cautions, 318 laps in. I mean, that's awesome.
Testament to the quality of these drivers.
And we've had green flag passes for the lead, not under pit cycles, not because of pit strategy.
And they're not stuck in dirty air, right? Where they just hit a wall and they can't get to the leader.
Yep.
Get to the car in front.
We haven't really talked a lot about Cosman tonight. He's been sitting pretty. He's in 15th right now.
Said his goal was to finish on the lead lap. Didn't want to ruffle any feathers. Didn't want to wreck nobody. I think so far he's accomplishing his goal as he gets really loose off of turn 2.
Top 15 right now.
It is about, my math is correct, I think it's 4 a.m. in Romania right now. It's either 4 or 5 a.m. right now in his neck of the woods.
Hoytsma in the wall, racing with Willis. He about followed him up there. Hoytsma will drop back a spot.
Tell you what, Santee is falling way off. He is now back to 14th, and he's coming in this time. He's had enough.
Been 43 laps, 42 laps. Timu's
Toyka,
join him.
he took the wave, so that makes sense.
Yep.
Jeremy Little.
Well, Timu took the wave, but he also pitted right before the caution. So that's why that he's able to make it as far.
Big slide.
He got a white
big
flag.
slide.
Speeding.
Yeah.
On entry.
Got a little too aggressive with that hot pit.
Gutierrez.
He crossed the
about-
line.
Oh, he left. He left. He just gave up.
Crossed the line at 60. So that is all she wrote for Santee. Tough break.
Derek Justice is on pit road. He's a couple laps down, trying to find the luck to get back onto the lead lap, and he just has not been able to do that. so far. Tough break for that 24 Santiago Gutierrez. He will not win the World 600.
That's unfortunate. I don't know. I mean, I really think he could have gotten back with how things could have trended here towards the end.
He would have needed a caution, and I don't know if that would have happened. Sounds like Cozy is going to be pitting here, and he's been somebody that has waited to pit.
Jacob
Sounds like
Potak's
going to
pit as well.
Taking the words out of my mouth. Here they come.
That's a good call, I think, with Potak pitting now. Get ahead of the cycle. You have shown to have not only short run speed, but long run speed. Just expand that lead, be able to save it.
He was really easy on entry. Cozy made up a ton of time on his pit entry.
Corellia is going to come this time, 25.
I think Frisch is coming in.
Yep.
All right, so if this is the case, fuel's not even going to be a worry for these drivers.
I don't think so.
Darn.
Reynolds is going to cycle out for the lead for now.
That's tough. We've seen where short pitting kind of works.
Cozy had a 14.6, about a half a second faster than Potak.
He's gotta be careful.
Yeah, keep it down there. Now you're good. Now, okay, so here's the deal. Cozy's pit box time was 0.4 faster than Potak. Potak's entire pit time from line to line, 1/10 faster than Cozy.
And where Cozy made up time, it was on entry. It was before they got into pit road.
Right.
So that probably is why it cycles out to where Cozy maybe made up 2 to 3/10 or so overall.
Frisch cycles
I'm
out.
sorry. I can't read. Cozy was almost a second faster than Potak line to line. I had the 7 and the 6 flipped.
Okay.
But, yeah, so that explains a lot because now he's back within 0.8.
Frisch is in a good spot. I think he's about maybe 2.5 seconds behind these guys, and he has a little bit newer tires. They're passing Reynolds as we speak. Reynolds is going to be
We got one spun on that entrance
Art
right
Reimer,
now.
he's good.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's rolling.
in his 1996 ARCA ride.
Yeah, cool paint scheme for Art Reimer, by the way. That was the paint scheme in his first. Oh, man, did Cameron Rich almost tag whoever that was, flying by at full speed.
That Hoytsma? I think it was Lucas Hoytsma.
No.
Well, no, he's right behind him in pitting.
Oh.
That was somebody else. Yikes.
That was Potak.
Potak.
Oh,
Wow.
That would have been something, wouldn't it?
Implications.
Mentioned Colby Cooper, unfortunately, got a black flag speeding on pit entry there.
Cycles out. Chris Overland obviously pitted way sooner than these guys. He's going to end up being our leader with Brendan Cattell right behind him.
And Potak is 5.5 seconds back and flying. About a second a lap faster than both those guys that last lap.
But again, all it takes is one yellow, and all of a sudden, new players up at the front. So they've bought themselves some time, and they can do the same thing as soon as they get caught. Well, guess what? They can pit again and try the same thing over.
And remember, with Overland, he pitted with 90 to go, so he's going to have to go at least 45 laps on this cycle for it to work out, so he doesn't have to pit an extra time. He's got to worry about not only being a second off pace to the rest of the field, he's going to have to worry about his pace as far as his fuel mileage is concerned. With Patel right behind him, I'm sure he's not worried about it as much. Trying to deal with that.
The only way that strategy really comes into play, I think, as far as who can win the race, is if we get a caution with 50 to go.
Yeah, I don't think this is a move where you're looking to kind of not throw a Hail Mary, but essentially you don't care if you can't make it on fuel. You know, you're just making this hoping for a yellow.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to get a caution here to put yourself in position to try and win the race. If we get a caution inside 45 to go, you know, they're going to be able to make it to the end. If we get one with about 50 to go, then I think that opens up the window for guys that decide to split that last stint in half, or guys that are just willing to save and see what happens.
For reference, you got Art Reimer, currently 3 laps down, but he pitted 2 laps ago, much faster than our current leaders, 30:49 for Art. Cattell ran a 35. Driver's been dominating the second half of this race, and Jacob Potak 30.325 last time by. So I think you guys are right. This is definitely I would say it's like a reverse Stenhouse strategy. You want to get out front and be off sequence a little bit. Hope maybe in, maybe 10, 15 laps we get a caution and kind of resets. Put you in a really good spot. If we have a caution with 40 to go, that might be the worst case scenario because they'll be back to a lap down off sequence. Just got to hope that there's timing. If we don't get any caution, I think that's the end of the race.
We'll see if it works out for them. 70 laps to go here at Charlotte. Overland, Cattell, Potak, your race leaders. Potak trying to run them down here late in the going. We're back here at Charlotte. Things have changed up front. Potak is your race leader as Overland and Cattell have fallen back on their strategy. Frisch has gotten by Cozy for second. This was the pass for the race lead for Potak. Went to the top.
What is wrong with Cattell? Cattell is off the pace. Cattell is off the pace. Is he on pit road? He's coming to pit road. I think he just hit the pit wall.
Oh.
He just hit the inside pit wall, Mark Martin style, and has crashed. I think he's given up as it is. He had really gone high coming off turn 2 right before we came back, and yeah, Cattell is done. He's parked the car.
Talked about a potential race-saving strategy by pitting early with Chris Overland. Overland has now fallen back into 6th position. I'd say that is not going to pay off for Brandon Cattell. He is done for the day. And we were talking about during the break, where is Sean Butler gone? Well, Sean Butler pitted a little bit later than everybody else, pulling a little bit different strategy than everyone. Pitted on 326. Our leaders pitted a few laps before him, pitted on lap 322. So Sean playing let's maybe stretch this out, get as much as we can on these tires, kind of blow through the field. Currently about 6 seconds back from our leader, but a little bit of a Hail Mary for Butler here, currently in 9th. We only got about 60 laps to go here, boys.
Oh, we got trouble off turn 2. That's the lapper. The 41 against the inside wall. Christopher Wheel, and he's just going to tow it. He had just come off the pit lane, and he just lost it on the apron. And instead of trying to spin out or be a hero and save it, he noses it to the inside safer barrier and tows it to the pit lane.
Good call by Ben, our admin, there to withhold the yellow handkerchief. No reason for that.
There's no reason to. He's on the apron.
Exactly.
Not supposed to be racing down there.
Chris Oberlin was shouting, begging. There's a car
I mean, I
down
would
there.
be too if I were him.
Yeah, his chickens have come home to roost. He was the leader at the break. He is now fallen back now to 9th. He was 14th before the pit cycle, and he's going to need a lot of help. Now, I think he's going to need more than a caution at this point to get back into it.
Tell you
Frisch
what, guys.
is there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
New retires by 1 lap for Frisch, and it's paying off right now. Potak has been setting the pace for a long time, but Frisch just knows when to close these races out.
Frisch has been able to run just a hair lower, it seems like, in every corner. Doesn't do it that time, but he's just able to paint that blue line just that little bit better right now than Jacob Potak. He's got a little bit of a run here. Cozy's egging him on. He wants him to battle it out because he probably needs him to for him to run him back down.
No, yeah, he's telling the lap car.
He's telling
That's
Colby
what he's
to
doing.
get into
He's
it.
telling Colby Cooper, that 71, get in there, poke that nose in there, come on. And he probably backs off a little bit, gives him some room. He doesn't want to interfere with a solid battle for the lead, closing in on the final 50 laps.
Wow, this is really tight racing. It's going to get really nerve-wracking as he gets closer and closer.
Just outside of frame, you can see that red number 66. He pitted 1 lap after Michael P. Frisch. Blake Reynolds, 1.5 seconds back at the line. I cannot believe I'm
Here
saying
comes Frisch
this.
down to the inside, though.
Here we
Turn
go.
number 3, side by side for the lead.
Oh, Frisch pushes
launched
it
it
a
up.
little bit mid-corner.
Drove it in too deep.
Oh,
He's still
no,
got
he's
an
loose.
edge.
Oh,
He almost touched.
Touch.
Great stuff.
Both loose off corner exit right there.
Now let's see if the 46 can get him back here, if he can get in line, or that lap car's going to get in there. Oh, he almost got the wall.
Is he going to try to pull across here? I don't know if he can. Nope.
Can't because the lap
New
car.
leader.
Good
He's a
stuff
little
from
too
Frisch.
loose up there.
And that was all made possible by the smallest of bobble by the 46 of Potak off of corner exit of turn number 2. It was so minor, maybe 1 mile per hour of speed difference, opened the door.
We'll see what this lap car and Colby Cooper does. 4 laps down, obviously a little bit faster because of pit cycle. All over the back end of Frisch, nearly runs into him through the middle of the corner. That's
He's already
gonna be
been turned
a
once
huge
tonight.
distraction out the rear mirror.
I don't want to get wrecked again.
I think if I'm Frisch, I'm just letting this dude go.
Yeah.
Looks like he's
Now-
going to do just that.
Don't look now. You see that red car. He has caught Cozy. Blake Reynolds. He's a-coming.
Oh, Frisch
Frisch
is
got
loose
loose.
on the top.
Oh, he's
Nah,
going to let
they're
him by.
driving
He
good.
lifted.
Yeah, you got to.
You have to. Otherwise, you're going to lose the lead again.
That helped Cozy a lot. He ran him down
Oh, yeah.
about 4/10.
And that's going to bring Blake even closer now because he's right in the tire tracks of that 99.
Both these guys about a second back now from our 2 leaders.
What is that going to do to the tires of Frisch? He's having to go in places he doesn't want to put his car.
Right now, you can save with the lap car in front of him. He uses the draft a little bit. You can just take it easy. Don't run the lap car over.
I think he ran the bottom as soon as he could. He did not want to burn his tires on that middle lane fighting that lap car of Cooper. He knows just how, you can run 1 lap at 101% and it kills your run for the entire, session. Made the real veteran decision to just get right behind that lap car, knowing that Potak's kind of burned his stuff a little bit. Cozy and Reynolds
He's going to have his hands full of Blake Reynolds here in a second.
Yeah.
These guys are closing in still.
Here we go. Here we go to the inside. Cozy goes top.
Man, Reynolds overshot the corner. Missed the bottom. He's a little sideways, but I think Cozy's trying to
Really
let him
good
have
exit
it.
though for Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds, I don't think realized where they were going. I think he wanted to go bottom, but kind of just followed Cozy up there and new 3rd place car.
Oh, he's
What a
all over
rebound this
the
would
tail.
be for Blake Reynolds. He started this run in like 15th.
Yeah. I mean, we thought his race was over with the crash.
I'll tell you right now. 13th at the line on the restart.
Wow.
What a recovery.
Up 10 spots since that restart. That's a big rebound, but it doesn't show the whole picture of just what he's been through.
And now he's got to try and cool the tires off and get to these top 2 here, or at least get within striking distance where he can get to him after the last stop. Because we're about 5 laps away from being in the window.
I think
Big moment for
Cozy
Cozy.
followed him right into it, too. Cozy scraped the
Yeah,
wall
and he's
into
loose
one.
again.
Oh, and he almost hit the wall
Yeah.
off of 2.
He had to run that high line to defend against Reynolds. That might have just put a little bit too much heat in that right rear tire.
Reynolds is
See
about
where
a
they are.
tenth and a half faster than your leader in Frisch that last lap.
Yeah.
Frisch was actually
Picked
a
up another-
little faster.
Yeah,
but
300
picked up a
quicker.
10th on, picked up a 10th on Potak. If he can get in the draft, that'll help him at least speed-wise, catch him a little bit. Obviously, catching him's one thing, passing him's another, but Blake Reynolds, I think where he wants to be is at least within a half second of the leader. Maybe not in first yet, but just get in the ballpark.
Fastest in your top 6 last lap was Sean Butler.
Well, that makes sense. He's cut
This
the
time
margin
it's Blake.
down to 4 seconds. Last time we talked about him, he was around 6 seconds back. I'd say we got maybe 10 laps or so on this run. If he can cut it down to about 3 seconds, he might have a shot here, being part of the picture of this finish.
Something really impressive here. You didn't see it on camera, but Zeke Willis is making that outside line groove, was all the way to the top of 1 and 2, and just made a pass for 9th around Brandon Wilkinson.
Another
Able
driver
to do
just
it back there again. That's for 9th. Our
another driver
attention
just
is-
trying to have
Oh, man.
somewhat of a redemption arc.
Tell you what, Potak was really loose coming off turn number 2. That thing was pointed to the inside wall. Had to turn it back to the right to straighten it out. Didn't lose
Oh.
a ton of time to Frisch and didn't give up a ton to Reynolds, but these guys are on edge. And, you know, like I said, they're about in your window here. You give them maybe 5 more laps just to be safe if we do have an overtime.
Well, and again, all
5
it
more
takes-
laps, they're in the window.
And all it takes is 1 lap. I mean, if you're Cozy here and you pit 1 lap prior to them, you have the lead coming off of pit road. And I know that you're a lap down in terms of having that tire advantage on the back end, but I mean, the window's open now. We're at 47 to go right now. I mean, that's 2 or 3 laps from now. If you want to pit early, you'll have that opportunity to do so.
And the only thing that could cost you there if you do pit early, a caution coming out and putting you a lap down. That's the only thing that can hurt you. Unless you speed or blend too early or something else like that. That's totally in your control. But I mean, if a caution were to come out and you pit early, that's not necessarily something that you can control.
Well, trends of the race say we've had 2 cautions in the last 3 green flag cycles on pit stops, so definitely going to be in the back of their minds when to pit. You know, who's around you? Is it worth pitting 2-3 laps early if you face risk of being a lap down? We saw what happened with Zeke Willis. He pitted just right when the caution came out around lap 240, and he's been fighting to get back in the top 10. Finally does. He's currently 9th.
Here
So that's
comes
just
Blake.
something you do not want to have happen. Now, he's got 2 lap newer tires compared to Potak. 1 lap newer relative to our leader in Michael P. Frisch.
So that's where I think if the leaders pit early and Blake stays out an extra lap or 2 and then pits, as long as they pit early enough with, like, I don't know, maybe 35 to go in the race, I think then Blake might be able to chase him down. But if they wait till the very end of this window, which is for another 10 laps yet, you know, I think Blake could be in trouble if he tries to stay out and have the tire advantage on the last end.
Reynolds going to look down to the bottom.
Oof.
Potak's going to shut the
Blocking.
door, though. And now he's not going to be able to hold him off. Side by side into turn 1. Reynolds down to the bottom. Potak, does he let him by or does he try to hold him off on corner exit? He's going to try to hold him off.
Chris Overland just made his stop. He's down and away, so it looks like he might be able to make it to the end.
Oh,
Based
yeah.
off of where he's
He
pit
should be
now, it'll
good.
be tough.
40. He made it 47 laps, if I'm doing the math
Yeah.
right.
Wow.
So he'll split it 47 and 47, but Blake Reynolds takes over second.
Oh,
Put the
Potak.
squeeze on. Oh,
He was
He got-
looking low. Reynolds was having none of it.
Reynolds got real loose off corner exit. That allowed him to get Potak to get right back up to him.
Oh, Potak's on
in
the
the
fence
wall.
and he's stuck. He's going to lose some time.
He's all right.
Lap traffic is side by side in front of Frisch, too. Cooper kind of pulled away. But now Frisch is starting to kind of run him down. They're side by side.
Art Reimer, right?
Yep, Art
Art.
Reimer and Colby Cooper,
Art passed these
26th and
guys
25th.
about 40 laps ago, and say his newness has more than worn off that number 5.
Yeah, he's going to try and get out of the way here for the leaders.
As you said, Blake, if the window is wide
I
open
think you
to
got to
pit,
come very, very soon. I mean, if you're Cozy, you may want to try to do it now, because if you wait too long, if you go another 5 laps or so, you're going to lose. You're not going to make that time back up.
and he's hemorrhaging time. It's small, but he's gone from being 6-7 tenths behind our lead battle. He is now just under 2 seconds. And as you mentioned, you pit 1 lap sooner, that gap is gone. And you can make up the difference, save for maybe 15 laps, kind of make up that difference of pitting early.
Well, again, we're not even going to go 40 laps on this last run.
Yeah.
No.
And
Now, Timu
Cozy
Toika
drives
just
by
made
again.
Timu Toika just made his stop, his last stop. He was up inside the top 15. He may be a little too far back to make this work.
I mean, if I'm Cozy, I'm making my way down to the pits right now. I mean, you have nothing to lose. You're losing time. Again, they're cutting every single lap they go. They're cutting time out of this run as Potak looking low on Reynolds once again. This battle's not done.
I say, if you're Michael Frisch, you're loving every second of what's behind you.
Yeah.
Staying out.
Here comes Guerrilla.
I was going to say, if you're someone that wants to do it, I'd say you're either Guerrilla or Butler. Butler stays out, but Guerrilla was 3 seconds back. And if he kind of is under the radar here, I know he's got a camo car, but if he can kind of hide his strategy from everyone else, he didn't post in chat, these guys might not know he's pitting. He might sneak in and get the lead from these guys.
Cozy doesn't
Dylan
have
Roberts
to either.
is
He's got
coming.
a second and a half behind him, and he's still
Staying
stays
out again. Sean stays out too.
The driver
comes
in us is
Roberts.
definitely screaming right now, Blake.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be a happy crew chief right now, but you know what? Cozy's a better driver than me, so.
There's Guerrilla. He's down now. Let's make sure he gets off pit road cleanly. Remember that line.
Frisch is
Frisch is in
coming
this
in.
time.
Frisch is going.
Smart.
See, that's exactly
Real
yeah.
smart.
That's covering himself right there from any sort of
Yep.
strategy.
Now I expect Reynolds to do the opposite.
They're all
no,
pitting
they're all
with him.
coming in.
Except for
Wow.
Cozy.
Stayed
Cozy
out.
stays
Oh, no,
out.
there's
So
a
does
wreck.
Sean.
Chris Overland in turn 4.
Michael
around.
Frisch bed. Frisch bed.
Oh,
Frisch
that needs
bed.
to be thrown.
Overland's in the wall.
Right in
This
the
is a
middle of
caution.
Overland's in the
field. That
wall and
needs to be
Frisch
thrown.
sped. There is no caution yet. He didn't go. They're telling him to go.
No
He's good.
caution.
Track's
Wow.
clear. Frisch sped on pit road. His race is done. Unbelievable.
Real shocking that so much just happened. So much just happened in the last 30 seconds. Frisch throws it away, and I don't know how that was not a caution, in my opinion. But what a turn of events. I think if you're Cozy, you're real angry that was not thrown.
Cozy's pitting this time. Here's the replay of what happened to Overland.
Just
whoa.
huge
Just-
closing rate. New tires.
Yeah. Lewandowski's in. Hoytsma. Rich is in. Aaron Smith. So now it's Sean leading.
Frisch is
Willis
just
is
left the
second.
pits.
That
Yeah,
was
Frisch
well
is
over
already
40-second
2 down.
penalty.
Yep.
Wow.
Brutal. And Michael Guerrilla, it looks like, is going to come out as your race leader with a quarter of a second over Potak. If
was gonna
things hold
say-
up right now.
A caution might have saved Frisch, but the problem is with the penalty system in iRacing, if a caution comes out and it's a time penalty, it reflects if it's under green or if it's under caution. So if it's 40 seconds under green, I think it ends up translating to well over a minute under caution. So he would have been penalized regardless. for his infraction. So tough break for Frisch. 2 laps down.
Kevin, I think that penalty is issued at the time of the penalty that
It does
fallen,
change.
So it
It
will
does
change.
change.
Okay.
I've
How
seen
about
it
this?
change
This is for the eventual lead. As Willis comes onto pit road, this is for the eventual lead. Lap traffic in the way. Art Reimer almost turns Drunowski. And here we go. This is for the eventual lead. The top 3 right here.
I think
really
Guerrilla's trying
pleading.
Yeah.
to lead to let
Here
him
it goes.
by.
Drunowski will get out of the way, but what a battle right now for the lead. Guerrilla did pit a couple laps sooner than these guys. Doing everything he
Sean is
can to
still
hold it
out
back.
there.
Here comes Potak looking low.
Reynolds is going to go up top instead.
Go where they're not. Gonna have a huge run down the back stretch. If he can keep it off the wall, sure enough.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
they
Are
might
we going to
be
go
3?
3? Yes, they are. 3 wide.
Oh, turned him! He turned him!
He turned him. Gorilla
Caution
into
is
the
out.
wall.
And look
Reynolds
who
and
stayed
Gorilla.
out.
Sean stayed out. Are you kidding
Sean
me?
stayed out and is
Wow.
your leader. Garrett Smithley in second, and right now, 6 cars on the lead lap, and Garrett pitted as soon as the caution came
Garrett
out.
Smith
Garrett was
might
on
be the
pit
leader.
road. Garrett was on pit road.
He might
right
cycle out
before
as the
caution.
leader.
He pitted as the field was going into 1. As the leaders were going into 1, that would cycle
And
around.
he's on the lead lap. He exited pit road, and Smithley may have just snookered him.
Wow. Unbelievable. Potek, he just drove it in too deep. He tried to stay alongside. Blake Reynolds has a meatball flag. So that's the other dominant car of the day.
Oh, no.
That's going to be
Golly.
done, and there's a lot of damage to that 25, too. 3 wide, just barely. Guerrilla thinks he's clear.
Oh,
That
what a
46
hit
is
for Reynolds.
just on the inside. And yeah, that 66 is going to be out of contention to win the World 600.
And by the way, Garrett did take service 15 seconds in the box, so he did do everything he needed to do on pit road.
There are
He
4
has-
cars on the lead lap. Potak, Reynolds, Toyka, and Butler. Guerrilla just got the wave. Well, all these guys will get the wave here. Guerilla does not pit with the damage that he has to the back end of that 25.
The problem
Reynolds has
for
no choice.
Smithley, he did not stay on the lead lap, I believe. I believe he is currently on
He's
the
gonna
tail
wave.
end. He
Yes.
will wave, but if he had just drove through the pits, he would have been in not only in the lead lap, he would have been in second. Now he'll be in, I believe, maybe around the top 10, maybe 12th. It says 12th right now, but he will be behind all of the lap cars. Every
So they're going to
single
need
lap car.
another caution. Now, I think Larry Pace might get the free pass here, if I'm looking at this right, which means we've got 10 cars that'll be the wave around. Guerrilla, Cozy, Lewandowski, Willis, Hoytsma, Wilkinson, Smithley, Rich, Smith, Yonishu. Pace is the first car lap down right now in 16th.
Boy, this sets
Wow.
up one heck of a finish, though.
It really
Don't you just
does.
love the way this shapes up, Blake? Every time.
I'm surprised Potak stayed out. Really surprised.
And here's the deal. This could have saved Frisch. Problem is he is the second car 1 lap down right now, so he is going to be out of contention here unless he
Yeah,
gets a couple of early cautions
need
or
to-
gets himself in the lucky dog spot right away.
Yeah, he'll need to wave. He'll probably need a caution to get back on cycle for tires, and then he'll need another caution in which he's the lucky dog. So a lot of things have to go in his favor in a very short amount of time. Potak does pit. I think that's the right move. That he was going to be
Yeah.
a sitting duck on those older tires. Dylan
your
Roberts
top-
is in.
Your top 2 at the end of it all is going to be Sean Butler and Timu Toyka.
Unbelievable. And Timu was the
What
first
in-
guy to pit. He played it perfect.
Jacob Potak is going to be in third again. He escaped pretty much unscathed out of that contact, so he's going to be fine. He comes down and pits this time. So Timu and Sean pit 2 laps ago. Jacob just came off of pit road. Dylan Roberts also
How
a
about
part
that?
of this group up at the front, and technically you have Blake Reynolds, who's up here in 5th. He's trying to get as much damage fixed as possible. His meatball is gone, and he will be ahead of the wave around cars. So Blake Reynolds, I mean, as much as, yes, he's damaged, and I'd be shocked if he was still competitive, he'll be up here in 5th when we get the restart.
Yeah, I'd say he's not as good as he was from the last contact with Hawken. That front end is pointed in towards the tires. That's definitely not going to be as aero sound as it was before. But what a finish this is going to set up. 1 to go this time. Guerrilla, Pace, Cooper, Lewandowski, Frisch.
Actually, I misspoke. Timing and scoring hadn't refreshed yet. Blake's a lap down. My bad.
Oh, yeah, he is. Yep.
My timing and scoring didn't refresh.
This will shake up. This is going to shake up the field significantly. Dylan Roberts, he's obviously been, I'd say near around the top 15 or so. This is really disjointed. So we got Butler and Toyka on the first row, Potak on the inside of the second row, David Schildhouse 2 laps down.
Yep.
In 4th. Reynolds 1 lap down. This needs to be fixed.
Yeah, so
This needs
Dylan
to be
Roberts-
reorganized. This needs to be reorganized. The lap cars need to be behind the lead lap cars.
Why? If they're taking a wave around, the wave
They did
around's at
not.
the tail end.
Roberts pitted and was already on the lead lap. He needs to be ahead of all of this. They should have chosen after this was reorganized.
But we're coming to green here, and the wave around guys are still coming through 3 and 4, trying to catch up here.
Could
Just
this
caught
not
up to
just
the
be
back
a
of the field.
factor of the wave around?
No.
All right, well, here we go,
Schildhouse
guys.
and company all should have been behind Roberts by the time the shoes happened.
26 to go. Green flag.
Butler escapes. Timu Toyka is in 2nd. And, Toyka's sideways in the corner. It almost looks like he has a problem.
He hasn't felt that cleaner all race.
Yeah.
Again, a long line of cars, the wave arounds, they had to line up at the tail end of the field, or the end of the longest line. That ended up being the outside line. And now further back in the field, here comes Michael Cozy Jr. down to the inside. This is for 5th. And he has slightly fresher tires than Guerrilla.
Well, he also doesn't have damage on the back end of the car. I think that's what's going to kill Guerrilla here is the damage.
Cozy was a wave. Lewandowski was a wave. Frisch obviously 1 lap down, a wave around.
You know who's going to try and capitalize on this situation is going to be David Schildhouse. His only hope of getting one of those laps back here is going to be passing these 2 guys. So he's not going to hold anything back here. Going to go 110%.
Well, he's got a hard task to get there because even if he does get in front of the leader and a caution comes out, he's going to have 5 guys to pass before he even thinks about getting the free pass to get back on the lead lap. Potak for the lead into 3.
Down to the inside, we saw what happened last time. Butler goes to the middle. He'll try to fend him off side by side. Under 25 laps to go here in the World 600. Butler holds the charge, holds him at bay for now. But he'll have to run the top here in 1 and 2.
Some of the fastest laps we've seen all night, as nighttime is in fact the right time. Just over 9 p.m. here in the sim. Oh, right on that quarter panel is Potak. I thought he was going to send that 32 into the inside wall. Still side by side.
He drove it in deep.
Lead.
He drove it in really deep, and it's stuck.
Butler almost hits the wall.
And look at Timu. Timu's closing back in. Made that mistake on the restart, but he's closing back in, taking advantage of these guys side by side.
If you're Sean, do you want to use your tires up right now? Because I think if you try to hang it out here too long, you're not going to have anything left.
If it wasn't for Schildhouse behind him, I think he would back off. But because David's all over his back bumper, he can't just drop in line and try and cross him over.
Oh, little tight off the 4 is Butler. I don't know if he's going to have a choice. He might have to fight back to the bottom. Schildhouse isn't going to let him, though.
Yeah.
Here comes Schildhouse on the inside.
And I'm sure Sean's got to be frustrated, but I don't think Schildhouse cares right now. He thinks that he should be in a spot to try and win this race. And now,
Potak's blocking.
smart move from
Butler!
Potak. Oh, man.
These noses do not line up like the newer counterparts of the COT, the Gen 6. The next gen, you clip that rear bumper with that nose. Potak's going around. Got to be real careful. 20
Just
to
ask
go.
Aurelia. Yeah. Sean's
And
got to cool them
Potak
tires off.
is driving away, as we have seen him do time and time again. And again, I don't know if there's if the run is long enough for him to really fall back to these guys. We've seen how much speed he's had on the short run. I just
Depends
wonder
on
if
how
they burn
much-
their stuff up right there in that battle. If Toyka or heck, Dylan Roberts, even Cozy. I mean, he's still about a second and a half back, but wouldn't put him out of it just yet either.
Yeah, Cozy's trying to get through. Just got through, I think, the last bit of that lap traffic. So now he's got a clean path for the most part back to Dylan Roberts. There is a lap car there, the Austin Minnick, the 16, the blue machine.
Michael P. Frisch is your first car 1 lap down, so if a caution does come out, he'll get the lucky dog.
These guys are hauling the mail right now, running way faster than they have at any point in the night. Track's cool, lights are on. These
Sean's
engines
coming back.
are singing loud as Potak almost got the fence off of turn 2.
Sean was just a touch faster that last time by, just by 1,000th.
They're a
Sometimes
really
that's
good
all you
corner.
need.
Really good corner for Butler.
I
Potak
figured he
is
was
not
backing
pulling
off.
away, and he got Butler got into the corner so well.
I think Sean tried to back off, cool his stuff off, and then give it another run. And if you can't get him here, he may rinse and repeat, try it again.
Potak's a little loose off the corner. Butler is not letting him get away. Toyka's right with him as well. Toyka's starting to run down Schildhaus. Butler's definitely better in 3 and 4, I think.
Yeah, Potak pulled about a car length away down the backstretch out of 1 and 2, so I'd say Potak's got the advantage in 1 and 2, but Butler does such a good job of painting that white line as Potak does the same through 1 and 2. Pretty even there and down the backstretch, and there is a little bit of draft, so if he stays right there, he will pull a little bit closer. Does just that. Oh, Potak missed the bottom just a little bit.
Yeah.
Little bobble out of the 46. That might be all it needs. This be
15
a
to
battle
go.
for the lead.
They're continuing to pull away. Now Cozy's losing about 3 or 4 tenths a lap, so he is well out of the question.
Had to take the wave. A little bit older tires for the 99 and
He's
for the
got
21.
Lewandowski. He's got Lewandowski right behind him now, yeah.
Yep. Both these guys had to take the wave around. Great run for Lewandowski. He's just rallied and rallied, stayed in the top 10, damn near close to it the whole race. He set himself up for a really good finish, but up front, hounding that 46 is that Huffman Racing Radio 32. 14 to go.
It's the bottom again to that 46. Sean overdrove it, just a touch.
Oh, he almost got the fence. Almost.
It's going to cost him.
I wouldn't put Dylan Roberts or Timu out of this. These two up front are driving the heck out of these race cars.
Oh, Butler missed the bottom again. Potak got a little bit tight off the 4 as well.
Yeah. And with how aggressive that 46 was earlier, I wouldn't guarantee that both these cars make it back in one piece here at the end of this deal.
Toyka underneath Schildhaus, not for position, but very important in the scheme of how this race will end.
To the fence. Butler's going to have a run. Does he take it?
Here he goes.
He goes down to the bottom, side by side, with 13 laps to go. Butler up
he's
the
washing
racetrack.
up.
They almost touch.
Great stuff, man.
Potak, great defense. Did not make another mistake in 3 and 4. Butler barely washes up in 3 and 4. Gonna have to try again.
Yep, cool them tires off. You got 12 more.
Great job there by Potak, and Butler got a little bit tight on the bottom. Good racing there, and he didn't fence him. He didn't run him up the track or anything like that. They're still pulling away from Toyka, at least these last couple of laps. Roberts, though, is faster, and Roberts is going to go to the bottom for 3rd. And Toyka is going to let him have it. I don't think he's going to put up much of a fight. So Dylan Roberts who I'm sure is loving what he sees up front. He'd love for him to go side by side yet again. He might have Toyka clear, not just yet.
Half car length left for Roberts to clear. Toyka backed up the corner and got a huge run through the exit, doing the same thing in 3 and 4. You're Roberts. You want to get around this Dave Matthews Band Budweiser Chevrolet as fast as you can. You are the same pace
Got him.
as the leaders. Clear enough. 10 to go for Roberts, 10 to go for Butler and Potak.
Potak's opened
again
up a couple of car links since that battle with Butler.
But we saw this already, right? We saw this with around 15 to go, where Sean started to lose a little bit of time. I think he's just saving his stuff, and he's going to try and put together another run to get closer to 5 to go here. 9 more this time.
I don't know. Potak still looks awfully strong. I think Butler may have taken his last swing, but we'll see. 9 to go.
Toyka's trying to get back at Roberts. Looked low for a moment, 1 and 2. Roberts pulls away for the minute. About 3 car lengths for third.
Off at 2.
Yeah.
I think if there is any difference in the balance behind someone, you are tighter just because of that draft. So I would say if he's experiencing anything, a little bit tighter behind that 46. And this is around the time track temp's a lot cooler. I imagine the track's a little bit tighter. That high line, that high line might be a good place to try, especially with not a lot of offense behind you with Roberts about a second back. Might be worth trying.
Well, at this point,
is the largest,
what do you really have to lose, right?
Right.
This is the largest gap Potak has had since the restart. And
Oh, Sean's tight. Nearly hits the wall.
Fastest he's been compared to Sean since the restart, though that time Butler was a little bit quicker, but still not fast enough.
Actually, 600s off. And Potak has been the model of consistency, has been really... After lap 200, he has been the guy. Really good short run speed. Drove through the field on that run to get the lead. And he's been up front ever since.
Potak's getting loose. Right Butler's the exact opposite. He's getting tight.
That was a good lap, I think, from Sean. 500 faster.
I'm thinking if you're Sean, you're turning it up right here, giving it everything you got for these last 6 laps.
I mean, what more is there to give? Do the tires have anything left to give?
He's in the wall. And he's stuck in it.
And that's, Potak had a bad 2. He got loose. It's interesting. Potak's loose, Butler's tight. But I think that really hurt Butler right there getting in the fence.
Unless that 46 makes a mistake in the next 5 laps. It's his race to lose.
Remember, you get a caution late. Only one green-white checkered will settle it. If you're Potak, you want nothing but the white and the checkered in your windshield. 4.5 to go.
Is skating off of the corner. Absolutely skating. Butler is pushing like crazy. And yet Roberts and Toyka nowhere to be found. It's definitely going to settle down between these two. Potak again loose.
Fastest car last time by, Zeke Willis, all the way back in 7th. Next fastest was Potak. 4 to go.
Identical lap times between the 46 and the 46 and the 42. Identical. That's not what Sean's necessarily looking for, as he's loose again off 2.
Sean's going to want that overtake opportunity back. If Potak gets stuck on the top, even for another lap or 2, would have made the world of difference.
Coming around this time, 3 laps to go. We do have one green-white checkered in our belt, should we need it. Potak and Butler well clear of Roberts, Toyka, and Lewandowski, who's made their way up into the top 5. There's no doubt about it. Jacob Potak has been the dominant car this second half of the race. Of course, you wonder what could have been for Blake Reynolds without the trouble that befell him. But 2 laps to go. Potak really just has to cruise and bring it home at this rate.
Looking pretty good. At this point, qualifying laps. Let's give me 2 good ones.
Not really seeing any places around the rest of the track where there could be a caution.
I think at this point, Ben's not calling a caution. Unless there are 5 cars wrecked, he's keeping it clean and green.
White flag in the air. One more trip around for Jacob Potak in the World 600. This race is official. Potak now about 8 car lengths clear of Sean Butler. Side-by-side battle that lasted at the opening portion of this run, and Potak was able to hang on. Just needs to put together 2 more corners to find victory lane here tonight. He made his way into this field through 119 cars, and tonight he's the best of all 42. Off at turn 4, Jacob Potak wins the Gen 4 World 600.
Carl
And
Long,
he earned
man.
that one.
Yes, he did. Good stuff. Oh, there.
Oh,
Okay,
Cozy.
Cozy. He comes home 9th, sideways.
And you mentioned it, Blake. The world of difference for Potak. Making that run off of 4 when Butler had a shot. Played just enough defense, and that was all she wrote for that 46. What a race.
Well, I don't know if Potak would have won the race if it wasn't for that contact with Guerrilla and Blake Reynolds, but would have had a lot more company.
Giving a call to try to, we'll get Jacob,
Now,
or at least we'll try to get Jacob in the Discord.
You're going to
but
want to
first
get a camera on this. Notice those two. Remember us?
Oh!
We got beef. We got beef. These are the 2 guys that were taken out by Potak with 20 to go. I saw them roll up together in turn 3 and was wondering if they were going to come around.
I mean, Potak was there.
Yeah.
Potak was there. Check the replay, guys. Check the replay. I'd be upset if I was taken out, but
we looked at it a little bit earlier. Potak
wanna look at it
was
again?
definitely there.
Do we have the technology to look at it again?
is the statute of limitations within?
All
Give me
right.
a minute,
Well-
says the producer.
We'll get to it.
We'll let the chat seems to have a consensus, but we'll get another review of it.
That was with what, 25 to go?
Close to that.
Let's see, the last
around
caution-
360, 369.
The last caution came at lap 369, yes.
Best producer in the game right here, being able to pull up like a 40-lap old replay.
And this is... Oh, that's after. Here it is.
Down the back stretch, Potak looking low. He's there.
Yeah,
he
he's
was there. And they made contact well before Potak would have had a chance to miss that corner, in my opinion. But the good news is that Jacob Potak is here with us, and we can ask him about it. And Jake, first off, congratulations. What a run. And you're the winner of the Gen 4 World 600.
Thank you so much, Blake. That was amazing. Best race I've ever done on anything by far. And so happy and proud. And thank you guys for putting this on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But I don't know. I guess it's kind of the talk of the town. We'll just get your thoughts on it real quick. Going into turn 3, you make that move 3 wide. Michael Guerrilla and Blake Reynolds to your outside. Just kind of walk us through that corner with you.
Thought I was on the inside because he blocked me down the apron, I thought, and then moved back up, and just thought he knew I was there, and don't really think that's a spot where people are going to lift out of that, so gotta take what you can get.
Got you there, Jacob. But also, I want to ask you about that battle there with Butler. I know you guys were duking it out for several laps, side by side. It was a fantastic display from both of you.
Thanks. Yeah, it was as fantastic as it was fun.
You know, I got to pull for a fellow Raleigh native, I gotta find a way to represent. Actually, two drivers from Raleigh won both of these races. Philip won the 300, and you won the 600. So
All right, we're
City of
representing
Hopes
something.
is killing it tonight. But
Yeah.
Jacob, again, congratulations. Anything else you want to tell us or anybody out there?
Gotta thank my amazing girlfriend for letting me do this race when I got work at 6 a.m. tomorrow, and my best buddy Skylar for cheering me on too. And everyone shouts out their mom, but I got the best mom, so gotta shout out her too. And thank you guys for putting this on.
All right, Jacob. Well, congratulations. We'll go let you celebrate. Jacob Potak, your winner of the Gen 4 World 600. And why don't we also catch up? We got second and third in here. Sean Butler, unfortunately, the bridesmaid yet again, but what an incredible battle between you and Jacob there at the end. All right. Thank you, Sean. I think we may have pulled in Sean while he was not sitting at his desk.
Hello.
Unbelievable.
I was going to say,
there he
Andor's
is.
mic wasn't working. There he is.
My Discord disconnected when you pulled me in, so that's good timing.
Love that.
Well, anyways, yeah, what a battle that you had there with Jacob towards the end. Anything else you could have done different?
I don't know, man. Like from the early in the race when I was leading, he was able to get by me and just like drive away. So I'm gonna note that for later on if it came down to it, and sure enough, it did. I don't know. I think maybe if I let him go and maybe tried to save a little bit behind him, I maybe would have been able to try to keep up with him. But it was tough, man. He was so fast in the long run too. I don't even know how he was saving that well, but kudos to him. He figured something out. It was, dominant car the second half of that race, and I was just glad to be there at the end, man. It was a fun race overall. It was fun to race with everybody up there and keep the car clean for the most part and finish all 600 miles. So I hope it was a fun race to watch because we had a fun time driving it for sure.
John, I got to ask you another question. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but where are your ears?
I have a feeling this is an inside joke that I wasn't aware of, so I'm not going to comment.
Look at your
on it.
picture on the your crop shot for
Yeah.
the
We're still going
broadcast.
through that?
You
I
need to
mean, it was
update
there.
that. You need to update it. It's too close.
Are you yelling at me?
Yes.
You're just.
You're
mad
also not
because
from
Chris
Deltona anymore. We need to fix
vaporized-
that too.
I didn't. I mean, I said I was from Lake Mary, Florida, in the registry. I don't know how that got mixed in there. That's a Zach Johnson issue.
Hey, Sean, congratulations on second. I just wanted to let you know that Buck Showalker, for the first time, has lost 4 straight games as the skipper for the New York Mets. My condolences, and I wish you nothing but the best.
It's okay. The season's young. They got time to turn it around and figure it out. But are we panicking yet? No. But are we going to if they keep losing more? No. It's we expect it. So it's nothing new to us.
There you go.
But yeah, big thanks to Huffman Racing for jumping on for all events on this car. It's a pleasure working with them all season so far, and go watch them. And congrats to Jake once again. Hope you guys had fun watching, and I hope you guys had a great time broadcasting.
Did and Sean, we'll look forward to seeing you back here for the Firecracker 400.
Thank you, Blake. I look forward to running it, and I look forward to seeing all you guys there as well for the 2023 Firecracker 400, which is actually happening.
John Butler brings it home in second. A lot better than the last 600-mile race we did.
Wow. Nice that you waited until you dragged him to say that.
Dylan Roberts, your third place finisher tonight. Absolutely wild, and yet we had a lot of strategy, a lot of different things playing out, but just kind of take us behind the wheel and what it was like for you to drive out there for 600 miles tonight.
Exhausting. An insane race. I mean, everybody just raced with a lot of respect. This is not an easy car to drive. I mean, you guys nailed it on the setup. I was smiling the whole race. A lot of competition, and I thought I threw it away. I got speeding on my first green flag stop, and I was up behind the 8-ball from then. I just got lucky with some cautions and worked our way up. I can't believe we got third.
Yeah, you're able to find your place up here at the front at the right time. I hope we'll see you back out for the Firecracker 400 here in a couple months.
I'm definitely interested. I'll be keeping an eye out.
That's good. Any more final thoughts before we let you go?
I'd just like to thank everybody who put this event on. I mean, this is an awesome awesome idea for an event. Do a Gen 4 600-mile race here at Charlotte. This is a great track for these cars. I mean, you guys nailed it on the setup, and we were able to drive out there. We got to save tires to a bit. That's what it is. But there was a lot of fighting, and without you guys, we wouldn't have had that race. It was awesome.
All right, Dylan. Well, thank you very much. Any credit to the setup, by the way, goes directly to Michael Conti. He was a significant part of building the setup. I would say we worked together, but he pretty much just built it, and I just drove it and said, all right, this is good. But he did the bulk of the work on it, and he made us a good one tonight. So thank you, Dylan, and congratulations on third tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Y'all moved me.
Whoops.
Oops. Didn't even notice. I just
All
heard
right.
the badoop. Thought, okay, he's done.
Anyways, look at the full field rundown. We talked to Potak, Butler, and Roberts. Timu in fourth. Lewandowski in fifth. How about Garrett Smithley, P7?
Nice.
There you go.
Good stuff.
Deke Willis able to come back. He was really strong early.
Cosman!
Makosi Jr. Rick,
Finished on the
your
lead
top
lap.
12th! And on the lead lap.
He will take that. Aaron Smith started 39th, finished 11th.
Fresh, that speeding penalty, man. 15th first car lap down.
Your Pace had a long night. Blake Reynolds, unfortunate for him, was probably the best car here tonight, brings it home 19th. David Schoenhaus, hate that penalty put him behind the 8 ball, but number 20 brings it home in 20th.
A lot of fast cars here. Brandon Hawken, Brandon Cattell, Santi Tires. We saw him have his speeding issue and then called it a day.
Overland Cabot never really had a chance.
Yeah.
Derek Justice fell behind after his early penalty. Josh Parker was so strong early.
Colin
Bowden
Bowden
was
was fast
great.
for the first 20 laps, yep, and then overdrove the car, blew the tires off. Man, a lot of guys back here. And, of course, Kolonix was involved in that crash on the first cycle of stops, and that was it for him, and Tony Ball didn't make it much further past that point.
Tough night for Tony Ball. 42 cars took the green flag in this one. And, this event was kind of everything I was hoping it would be. We get these Gen 4 cars. We get a lot of horsepower, a long race, strategy plays out, and yet we have a setup for the finish to the end that Potak and Butler were just driving their hearts out. Everybody that we talked to sounds absolutely exhausted, and, well, that's exactly what we were going for.
We're doing another one of these next week, right?
Rockingham 508, right around the corner.
I love
Yeah, it is
doing
in a
all
couple
this
weeks.
stuff. Yeah, we got the Rockingham 508 around the corner. That's going to be a lot of fun. 87 cars, the second edition of that event, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. That'll be a lot of fun to come back to. I want to try to do like one of the... I wouldn't mind getting back into the Gen 4 sphere. I mean, there's some really fun tracks that we could go to. I mean, there's Atlanta... I heard they just put grip strips on Legacy, not Kentucky, never Kentucky. Texas, Legacy, Texas, that could certainly be one that would be a lot of fun in these cars. I mean, there's a lot of tracks.
Auto Club might be good.
Auto Club would definitely probably be a lot of fun. Kansas, I think, would be, I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities out there. We'll
Chicagoland, a lot of options.
Ooh, Chicago
Oh,
under the
man.
lights like they used to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Chicagoland has lights in this game. Does it?
What?
I think it does.
You better.
I'm not sure.
It's that
I could have
old.
sworn it did.
Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
Check the notes.
Again, one final time before we sign off here tonight, we just want to direct your attention one more time to the donation link in the chat with Doug Richard and Robin Richard and her battle with cancer. Again, the Richards, great friends of us at E-Racer, did so much in helping us prepare last year for the Firecracker 400, was so generous with his time. Former crew chief here with Landon Cassill, and of course was a former crew chief with Dale Earnhardt Sr. We've been blessed with so many great donations over the course of the last 2 days. Several of you have given several $100s to this cause. So, again, we implore you, if you are so inclined and if you have the means to throw a couple bucks their way. They're great people. And, of course, Robin going through a very difficult time with her battle against cancer. So, again, if you have the means, please help out the Richard family. It has been our pleasure to be partnered with them, and we hope that this can provide some relief in what is a very difficult time for that family. But I think that is going to do it for us here tonight on E-Racer. Again, want to thank everybody that made their way out, all 119 drivers that took time yesterday in qualifying, and of course everybody that made the trip out to the track tonight, both in the 300 and in the 600, that made this event possible. Of course, these events would be nothing without all of you guys. Thank everybody in race control, our director of producer Zach Johnson, everybody who gave some time in the broadcast booth tonight. It was a lot of fun. And the next time out on E-Racer, I don't know, maybe we'll get the Rockingham 508 on E-Racer. It was on E-Racer last year.
Yeah, if you want to make it happen.
Really?
Wasn't
it was on E-Racer. Yeah, that was Charlotte.
Gotcha.
So.
Well, if we don't have it on the 508, we know what the next one's gonna be. Pretty clearly, I don't know, guys. I feel like this is kicking off the resurgence of the E-Racer Twitch channel, and hopefully we'll have the 508. But if not, 400. It's 3 months away, but I can tell you right now, that's right around the corner.
Hype is real.
July 12th is our first prelim day for the 2023 Firecracker 400. Set your calendars, July 12th and 13th, 19th and 20th, as well as the 24th and 26th. Tell your wife you're not taking a vacation. Get a couple weeks off of work. You're not going to want to miss that. For the great, I'm going to term it, if it's not nicknamed this already, the greatest spectacle in sim racing. I think that's a fitting nickname for it. 2023 Firecracker 400. But anyways, we're going to sign off here from Charlotte tonight. For all of my partners up here in the broadcast booth, I'm Blake McCandless saying so long from Concord, North Carolina. We bid you farewell and congratulations to tonight's winner of the Gen 4 World 600, Jacob Potak, your winner tonight.
Drafting at 210 miles an hour. Gonna try and clear down, chops the nose. Oh, he gets hit!
You want to be public enemy number one? You do just that.
That is getting sketchy right there.
Guys, this is awesome racing. They're all over the place, bouncing around.
3 wide for the lead behind him out of 4. Wow.
How are they holding on to this? This is unbelievable. The intensity picking up. You can see it, guys.
They're 3 wide for the lead. Business is picking up in Daytona.
This is some of the most incredible racing I think I've ever seen in iRacing. There's not a straight body panel on any of these cars. Not giving each other an inch.
Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness!